Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me make sure this microphone is working. My name is Bruce McLaury, and I'm president of the Brookings Institution, and it's my great privilege to welcome you here today for our forum on the future of the U.S. space program. As most of you know, the mission of the Brookings Institution for the past 70 years has been to advance knowledge in the areas of public policy research and education. Last year, we inaugurated what we are calling the Center for Public Policy Education as our education arm of the institution. It recognizes, building on a quarter century of seminars for executives both in the public and private sectors, that learning is a process that takes place through dialogue. And we believe that with the kind of expertise that is represented in the field, in this audience, we can advance our U.S. interest in the U.S. space program today. Universities have found over time that you cannot separate research from education as a whole, that the distinction breaks down in the process of learning on each of our parts. We've made a special effort in recent years to integrate our own research programs into the conferencing and hope that today's program will represent exactly that kind of an integration. Interest in the space program is not something new at Brookings. In fact, today's conference is, in some ways, could be seen as the culmination of 25 years of interest. It was back in 1960 that we first published a book looking at the implications of the peaceful space activities for human affairs. And when I first came to Brookings about a decade ago, one of the first books that we were publishing at that time was a new look at regimes for outer space, the oceans, and the weather. Today, Paul Stairs is a research associate in our Foreign Policy Studies program, and he will be a moderator of this morning's panel. And he is just completing a second manuscript on the uses of outer space in the U.S. space program, and particularly, in this case, the military uses of space. So today's program is indeed a culmination, if you will, of a long-standing interest on our part at Brookings in these kinds of issues. But the fact is that the nation is interested in the space program today. Given the events of the past year, I think all of us are searching for new directions and a regaining of the momentum and the pride that we have had in our space program for the last 25 years. My hope is that growing out of today's discussion, with your participation as experts, as well as the expertise on this morning's panels and this afternoon's panels, that we can, by the end of the day, have defined the issues and perhaps even, at best, gain some sense or consensus of new directions in which the U.S. space program might take off. That's an ambitious and perhaps unattainable effort to reach a consensus, but at least I would urge you, as you think about the presentations from the podium today, actively to challenge the points that are made and to make points of your own. Only in that way can we advance the interests of all of us in U.S. space. Let me turn the program over at this point to the person who has done a great deal to organize today's conference, Nanette Blandon. She is a senior staff member in our Center for Public Policy Education, and she will be leading us all through the events of the day. Nanette?
Good morning. I am delighted as well to welcome you to the Brookings Institution and to this National Issues Forum on the U.S. Space Program Directions for the Future. Searching questions about the future direction of our space program began well before the Challenger accident. They were fueled by concerns about the potential militarization of space, by serious federal budget constraints, by growing anxiety over-reliance on the shuttle for access to space, by ever stronger foreign competition in space, and by vigorous debate within the space community about program priorities. There is no doubt, however, that what happened on January 28th of this year significantly affected this national debate. It placed added pressure on the decision-making process, highlighted vulnerabilities, and it has etched in our national memory a sight that will never be forgotten. In this post-Challenger context, In this time of healing, regrouping, and rededication, many have called for a complete reassessment of our national objectives in space. We concur and hope that today's discussions will contribute in a meaningful and unique way to achieving that goal. We seek to do this in several ways. First, our program today focuses on three fundamental policy considerations: balancing future civilian and military space objectives, sorting out public and private roles in the U.S. space program, and pursuing international cooperation and competition in space. These are not either-or propositions. They each raise a difficult set of policy choices about where and how to draw the line between a variety of important and competing objectives. Second, to address these questions, we have assembled a most interesting and distinguished group of speakers who all support the American space effort, but have very different ideas about what that future should be and how we should get there. Third, the heterogeneous and very expert nature of our audience certainly cannot go unnoticed. You represent a very broad cross-section of disciplines and organizations. Among you are professors and students, engineers, policy analysts, attorneys, economists, journalists, auditors, business and government economists and executives, physicists, policymakers, research psychologists, and a former astronaut. These diverse perspectives will most certainly enrich today's discussions, and I urge all of you to participate as fully as possible. In designing this program, I have truly been struck by the incredible vitality and diversity of America's space community. Space is indeed a most challenging and exciting frontier, and it has captured the imagination and support of the American people. Our most pressing policy challenge, as I see it, is how to boldly and creatively respond to our nation's enthusiasm, commitment, and technological capabilities in space. To do so may well involve new ways of thinking about the role of government, new types of partnerships with business and academia, new infrastructure and financing mechanisms, and new types of cooperative ventures with other nations. In other words, I believe that new paradigms are needed for policy in the space age. What are also needed are decisions, tough choices about what our priorities in space will be and how much we as a nation are willing to pay. The considerations are not only technological, they are philosophical, economic, and ultimately political. In short, this is a time for decision about the future of America's space program. While there is much debate about space policies and priorities, there is consensus on a few matters. One is that John Logsdon is Mr. Space Policy. He is a provocative and forceful thinker, to say the least. He is a prolific and thoughtful writer, a wise advisor, helpful colleague, and a person who seems able to see the forest through the trees. I am really delighted that John agreed to be our opening speaker this morning. His talk, Reconstituting the U.S. Space Program, will help set the stage for the rest of today's discussions. It gives me great pleasure to present someone who really needs no introduction to this group, Dr. John Logsdon.
Now, if I could only get here on time and make you nervous, that would be better, wouldn't it? Thank you, Nanette, for those very kind words. I don't believe a word of it, though. On President Reagan's desk, or maybe on Don Regan's desk, which is, well, another story, is a directive that will formalize the initial steps required to restore U.S. access to space and to put into place the robust mixed fleet of launch vehicles that all now agree is essential to the national interest. That directive reflects the decisions announced last August 15th to build a replacement shuttle orbiter, to prohibit NASA from using the shuttle to launch most commercial and foreign payloads, and to refocus NASA's energies on research, science, and exploration. These are necessary, but they are far from sufficient steps towards reconstituting the U.S. civilian space program. Many hard choices lie ahead. I suspect that's going to be the theme of the day, is tough choices, hard choices, and Annette has already said it. I say it several times in this talk. Those kind of choices should be based on thoughtful discussion and debate, such as is planned for today. It seems to me that the broad questions, and I'm going to take the privilege of the overview speaker and talk at a very general level, that the kind of questions that need to be addressed are such as these. What goals and priorities should guide our space efforts in the years to come? What kind of program is in the U.S. national interest, given the multiple things we could do on the space frontier? What fundamentally is the U.S. space program all about? What are realistic expectations with respect to the government priority and the budgetary resources likely to be available for civilian space activities in the next 5 to 10 years? How can a program be designed that best employs those resources, not some desired for large pot of money, to serve the public interests? Would that program differ significantly from the one currently planned? How should we carry out our space program? How will our civilian activities relate to what the national security community does in space? Is there a significant role for the private sector in space? Or will space remain primarily a strategic sector dominated by government priorities and programs? What balance should be struck between seeking national advantage through competition in general or in specific areas of activity and fostering collaboration in the common enterprise of space exploration? Most of today's discussions will focus on this third set of questions, and so I will not say much more about them. Let me turn instead to the other two areas. I argue that the meaning of the space program is pride and power, and I intend to substantiate what I mean by that. There has been a great deal of attention recently to the concern expressed quite articulately by NASA's own advisory council, and I quote, as to whether NASA can any longer meet the mandate for national preeminence established by the National Aeronautics and Space Act. I think we really need to take the issue back to an even more fundamental question. Why should preeminence be our goal? What is, in fact, the meaning of the term national preeminence with respect to the space arena in the remainder of this century? Is achieving such preeminence still appropriate as the overriding mandate for the civilian space program? One should note, by the way, that the 1958 Space Act does not contain a mandate for national preeminence. Its demand is for preservation of the role of the United States as a leader in aeronautics and space science and technology. Being a, not even the leader, is rather different from the dictionary meaning of preeminent, as eminent above or before others, superior, surpassing. I think the call for U.S. preeminence in space can be dated not to 1958, but rather to John Kennedy's decision 25 years ago this year that the United States should take a clearly leading role in space achievement. The centerpiece of that decision, of course, was the commitment to send Americans to the moon before 1970. The recommendation that John Kennedy approved for an accelerated space program aimed at across-the-board preeminence and focused on a manned lunar landing program was prepared by Jim Webb, Robert McNamara. It was rather explicit in the rationale for preeminence. It said, it is man, not machines in space, that captures the imagination of the world. All large-scale projects require the mobilization of resources on a national scale. They require the development and successful application of the most advanced technologies. Dramatic achievements in space, therefore, symbolize the technological power and organizing capability of a nation. By accepting that rationale and that recommendation, Kennedy chose to make space a symbol of what this country could do well, a symbol of national power, a way of showing the rest of the world what the United States could accomplish if it focused its political will and national capabilities on a particular objective. But playing a clearly leading role in space was also important, I believe, to national morale. Bruce missed one Brookings work on space in his rundown. Vernon Van Dyke was a guest scholar here in 1962 and did a book called Pride and Power. And he argued that national pride, a need for national achievement and national morale based on gratification stemming from actual or confidently anticipated achievement, was the basic motivation behind Kennedy's commitment to Apollo. I think one of the things that was hurt most on January 28th and in its aftermath was this actual or confidently anticipated achievement that for the American public. Our pride has been badly hurt, and pride, I think, is an important element of our national well-being. That's arguable. You have to remember that Apollo was a response to Soviet achievements in space. We didn't define the contest. Nikita Khrushchev and his associates challenged the power and pride of the United States by the way they trumpeted Soviet space successes. The United States accepted that challenge in 1961 and made space achievement a symbolic test of national will and capabilities. By making such a broad national purpose the central theme of U.S. space activities, Kennedy gave NASA a mission and a role in American domestic and foreign policy that transcends specific programs and projects. I think one of the fundamental issues that has to be addressed in putting the program back together in 1986 is whether we still desire to use space for that sort of broad national role. I do believe that 25 years later, space achievement indeed still has a strongly symbolic character, and that to most Americans and their leaders, the most important reason for having a significant space program is as a source of national pride and as a measure of national capabilities available for all to see. This, to me, is what the U.S. space program is about. It is a national security activity in the broadest possible sense of the term national security. Specific undertakings will obviously have their own justifications, but to me, scientific, technological, and economic objectives are of secondary importance when compared to this basic political goal of civilian space activity. If you follow that logic, then some form of preeminence remains, in my judgment, the essential objective of a reconstituted U.S. space policy. How do you achieve it? A number of groups, including the Space Science Board of the National Academy, the AIAA, and the National Commission on Space, have suggested that the only way that the United States can restore its preeminence in space is to increase NASA's budget by a significant amount. In his response to the NASA Advisory Council concern about U.S. position, NASA Administrator James Fletcher noted that he had not returned to NASA to preside over its decline to second-class status in the hierarchy of spacefaring nations. This word second-class space program has been thrown around a lot in the recent debate. Are things really that bad? Is the only way to restore leadership and vitality to U.S. space efforts to adopt in space what seems to be the standard response in this town to other problems, throw more money at them? Maybe an even more basic question is whether in the era of large budget deficits and a multiplicity of worthy claimants for public funds, the space program can reasonably expect to achieve a higher priority implied by the need for significant budget increases. I myself am skeptical of this happening, at least in the next few years. I do note that the rumors around town are that NASA is, in fact, attempting precisely that in its budget request this year, has challenged the OMB and White House to approve a significant increase in its budget on the grounds that it is necessary to put a good program back together. I think most people in this room today would know how to reconstitute a high-quality U.S. space program given a major infusion of funds. That's relatively easy. The harder question is what kind of program to put together if funding remains at or near current levels. I suggest that the almost $8 billion now allocated to NASA, with adjustments for inflation and with, I hope, some modest real growth in the next few years, is all likely to be available for civilian space activities. Now, $8 billion is beginning to be serious money, particularly if one notes that the U.S. national security budget for space, which should at least support some of the common technology base for both civilian and military applications, is another $15 billion. At those budget levels, $23 billion or more spent on space, is it anything except rhetoric to suggest that the U.S. space program is in danger of falling into second-class status? Europe spends about $2 billion in space when national and ESA budgets are combined. Japan spends about 0.8 billion. Surely the United States ought to be able, with an $8 billion budget, to carry out a civilian space program that is superior to theirs in crucial respects. Certainly the Soviet Union spends somewhat more than the United States in space. I think that spending is based on a stronger and deeper national commitment to space leadership than has been evident in this country over the past 2 decades. The Nixon, the Ford, and the Carter administrations all rather explicitly rejected the notion of space preeminence as an appropriate high national priority. My sense is that the political payoffs from U.S. Competition with the Soviet Union are not that great. And I fully expect to see proposals for cooperation high on the summit agenda in a few weeks. But what does seem required is finding some areas in which we can, in visible, highly focused ways, demonstrate superior capabilities to the Soviet Union. And I think it's going to be difficult, given the way the Soviets are currently going about organizing, funding, and publicizing their space program. To put together a U.S. space program that best serves the country's interests without major budget increases implies hard choices. Some programs advocated by influential constituencies will have to be canceled or not begun. Institutional capabilities will have to be adjusted to a more narrowly focused effort. There will be losers as well as winners if the upcoming period of reconstitution leads to a civilian space program that is truly oriented to national purposes rather than to more parochial interests. Many in NASA and its associated scientific and industrial constituencies have never really adjusted to the end of the lunar landing program. They still view the Apollo era, with its rapid budget buildup and a national mobilization to achieve clearly defined high-priority objectives, as a norm to be anticipated, and everything since then is a form of aberration. They do not accept what I see as reality, that Apollo was the exception, and that the state of affairs since 1972, in which the space program does not have the highest national priority, is likely to be the rule in the future. I believe that if the correct guiding objective is kept in mind, an emphasis on space achievements that symbolize national competence and support national pride and morale, and if the current portfolio of NASA projects and institutional base for carrying them out is assessed in terms of its contribution to that objective, it is entirely possible to design a civilian space program that achieves enough U.S. preeminence. Enough is in quotes in this text. I do not have the time today, thank heavens, because I don't either have the knowledge or the wisdom to suggest what the specific elements of that program might be. Many of the individuals attending this forum should be involved in the discussions necessary to identify those elements. I suspect that most of us would agree, using my criteria, that the civilian space program at a minimum has to include a renewed technology base, assured access to space for all purposes, appropriate use of the space shuttle, a significant role for humans in space, and a perceived future for space exploration and exciting space science. Personally, I think a space station with clearly defined functions and broad international involvements is also part of that design. When John Kennedy asked the Congress and the nation in 1961 to agree that preeminence in space was an appropriate national goal, he also cautioned that there was, and I quote, "no sense in agreeing or desiring that the United States take an affirmative position on outer space unless we are prepared to bear the burdens that to make it successful." That admonition remains valid today. But it seems to me that it is possible to achieve such an affirmative position with more effective use of our current resources, with a better quality space policy than we have had recently. In reconstituting its civilian space program, the United States in reality is deciding, again in Kennedy's words, that we go into space because whatever mankind must undertake, free men must fully share. Our discussions today are part of a reaffirmation of that belief. Thank you.
John would like to take a few questions before we break. Who would like to start? If you could, our procedure today will be if people would go to the mic in the center of the aisle. This way all of the various tapes will be able to pick up your question and we'll be able to hear it as well. Please identify yourself and your organization. Thank you. Paul?
I'm Paul Blanchard, private consultant. John, I've got a question about the NASA budget for you. I wonder if it's not something like the federal budget. It looks like a lot, but when you subtract off all the claims, you don't have a lot left over to do anything new. Is $8 billion really enough for NASA to do anything new?
Not if it continues to do everything it's still doing. I think that's the point, is that I noticed that the dummy budgets that people are floating around on what could be accomplished by a 50% or increase or 100% increase in the current budget assume the current baseline and put all the new activities on top of that. I mean, the clear implication of what I've said is that we have an institutional base and portfolio programs that's still more or less sized to the assumption that sometime soon we're going to want to do another Apollo. And so, again, the clear implication, without my having the ability to be specific about it, is that there are going to have to be losers as well as winners if there's room for new stuff.
Mitch Waldrop, Science. John, just to follow up on that question, one way to look at the development of the space program in the 70s is that NASA has, in effect, taken on an entirely new set of tasks, which you might lump under the heading of operations. It includes operating the space shuttle over the long term as an airline or whatever you want to call it. Ultimately, it's going to include things like operating space telescope, other permanent facilities in space, operating the space station. In other words, a massive continuing effort just at baseline things. And one way of looking at the past 15 years is that operations segment of NASA has squeezed out the cutting edge R&D segment. But if you're going to continue to develop space, you're going to have to do those operations.
Somewhere.
Doesn't that argue for increased budgets, substantially increased budgets? It's taken on an entirely new task without the budgets being increased to cover.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Mitch. Yeah, I think it implies that the total national spending on space is likely to be larger. I'm not sure that NASA, with a focus on science and exploration, is the right place to put that. And so maybe one of the implications of what I'm saying is to get some of those operating activities, at least the ones that are general purpose and not operating a national facility like the Space Telescope, out of that $8 billion base. I mean, the reality, if you look at the budget, is that only, 3.6 or something like that is R&D, and the rest is operations. And so, you know, my argument doesn't look as good if you say that the United States civilian space budget for new things and for continuing research and development is under $4 billion. Yeah, we have put in the mainline budget some repeating expenditures. Now, I think it's a fair question, which still hasn't been addressed anywhere to give me any aesthetic satisfaction, of how much operating the shuttle ought to cost, whether there is any slack in the institutional base of the organization that is using the big programs to keep it in existence without making significant contributions to the productivity of the organization. I suspect that there's some. And whether, and this is what gets me in trouble with my science colleagues, whether we have to support all existing and many new areas of space science, I think is an interesting question, or whether we are selective in what space science we do. And when we get 1.3 billion proposals for advanced X-ray astronomy facilities, that's no longer small laboratory science. And when we get several of those at a time, it seems to me there's some selectivity involved, and so on. That's the sort of thinking through what's actually in the program and what's being proposed and saying, according to the criteria I'm suggesting and not the ones put forward by the various communities, which ones are worth doing, which ones are good to do, but we don't have the resources to do.
Richard Scheck, consultant. In your remarks, Dr. Logsdon, I didn't hear you make any reference to space commercializations.
You're right.
And I was wondering, there are definite public policy role techniques that could be used to increase funding for such difficult projects, such as a Space Industrialization Act, which has had some attention over the years and now is in abeyance.
The omission of space commercialization as a goal for space policy was not inadvertent.
Excuse me for asking it, but I would like you to address it unless you feel
sure.
it's inappropriate.
I think that industrial policy in space, which is what you're talking about, is something that should have relatively low priority and low claim on the resources. I'm one of the skeptics. No, the resources of the government. We're talking about government budgets. I believe, and this is arguable, obviously, I believe that the space program continues to be primarily a governmental enterprise conducted for governmental purposes, national purposes, that the notion of space industrialization is primarily public relations, that spending large amounts of scarce resources like shuttle launches or NASA's energy on the promotion of space commercialization is an inappropriate use of resources. And that, I mean, the clear implication of stressing the political objectives is that, in my judgment, the economic objectives of government space policy have, in my view, the lowest of the priorities.
Well, okay, I'm going to defer any debate now in the interest of time, but I don't necessarily agree.
The hook is out here. Thank you.
John, thank you. John, thank you again so much. We are not going to take an official break now, but we are going to take just a few minutes to convene our first panel this morning. Thank you.
You should see all the back streets of an hour. It's usually a 35-minute trip.
Hi, thanks for waking up. I set my alarm to wake up. I set it at 2:39, wake up at 4:45, but it's 4:45 p.m. I had to get around. When it is appropriate, one doesn't roll into the
Paul, I'm thinking we should take this down. Okay.
says that even though it has beauty and simplicity,
Yeah.
that'll hardly do.
I wish I could find somebody to.
That kind of specific, whatever it
Can you
is.
take? We're just going to move this down for this panel.
So
Even
maybe
right here
it
is
was
fine,
something that grows back.
but there are cords.
I mean, I don't work for the institution.
Why don't I just watch it? No, I just would. No, just move the whole thing. If you could help me.
All right, I need to do something with our microphone.
All these others are on.
Right. This is for our broadcast.
Good morning. My name is Paul Stairs. I'm a research associate here in the Foreign Policy Studies program. I will be the moderator for this panel. Our topic for this morning is, I think, a perennial issue in the National Space Program, and one that I believe is growing in importance. The relative emphasis given to civil and military uses of space, their compatibility, and moreover their public profile has been the source of much debate since the inception of the US space program. In recent years, there has been growing concerns that too much emphasis has been placed on the military space program within the overall national space program to the detriment of NASA. Some have even gone so far to talk about the militarization of NASA, and particularly the space shuttle program in the wake of the Challenger accident. John Logsdon this morning talked about the relative funding for space projects, and I think one point was that he made was that the military accounts for, or national security accounts for, double the NASA space program. Others are concerned about the impact that new trends in the military use of space, particularly the development of anti-satellite weapons and the SDI, will have on its commercial and scientific exploitation. Just yesterday, there was another test of an anti-satellite weapon system off the West Coast. To discuss how we should balance our future military and civil space objectives, we have a very distinguished panel. Our first speaker is Senator Slade Gorton from the state of Washington. Senator Gorton serves on the Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee and is chairman of its Science, Technology, and Space Subcommittee. He is therefore in the position of some influence to shape the future US space program. I believe the Senator can only stay for a short while, and therefore we will take questions from the floor afterwards before proceeding on to our other speakers. Senator.
Thank you. Perhaps the most important single fact in connection with this discussion here today is one which was referred to in this introduction and apparently in the initial speech for the day. And that is, up until 1982, the funding for NASA always exceeded the amount of funding for space programs in the Department of Defense. Since 1982, defense space activities from a funding standpoint have exceeded those for NASA, and for 1987 they will be approximately on a 2-to-1 ratio. Now, part of that, of course, may be related to the cost of SDI and the like. Much of it, however, is simply related to the general ratio or the general attitude of the administration toward defense-related activities and toward the civil responsibilities of the government, beginning in 1981. In other words, this ratio in space is not overwhelmingly different from the ratios created by the attitude of the administration toward the need for a strong national defense in general, and its generalized views toward civil activities that go well beyond space. In fact, NASA has probably been, modestly at least, one of the favored civil programs of the Reagan administration. It has not suffered the deep cuts which a number of other programs have had. At the same time, it has been very difficult to get the administration to do much about proposing significant increases. This year, the administration did do so, and Congress essentially rejected those increases. The original budget, of course, that took place was written before the Challenger accident. It was not until just a couple of months ago that the administration came up with a position on a replacement orbiter, but without any clear indication as to how that replacement orbiter was to be paid for. In any event, this change in emphasis is not a change in emphasis which is confined to space activities. It reflects the general change in emphasis on the part of the administration itself. Senator Garn and I and the House leaders on connection with space programs were all frustrated to a very considerable degree, first by the slowness of the administration's response to the need for a replacement orbiter, and secondly with the vagueness of the administration with respect to how it was to be paid for. And it is because of that frustration and because of this changing ratio in the amount of money available for space activities to the Department of Defense and to NASA that Senator Stevens has reached the conclusion essentially that the replacement orbiter should be paid for by the Department of Defense. A policy which is being resisted by the Department of Defense and which is still not fleshed out completely with the way in which NASA would relate to that fourth orbiter, the degree of its management authority over it, whether you would have one orbiter which was dedicated exclusively to Department of Defense loads, how that would affect the priority of the Department of Defense with respect to space loads and the three remaining orbiters and the like. But it may well be that any major step forward in space, at least in the next few years, is essentially going to be funded by the Department of Defense, even when the vehicle might well be managed by NASA itself. Another good example of that kind of ratio is found in the way in which the initial R&D into an aerospace plane is going to be conducted. It is on roughly a 4-to-1 basis, 4 DoD dollars for every $1 from NASA, at least in the first year of research, into something which the President described in his State of the Union address as a vehicle which could, quote, take us from Washington, D.C. to Tokyo in a couple of hours. That, of course, is a very minor and incidental feature of the aerospace plane. It is certainly not being built at the cost which is projected for it in order to cut by 75 or 80% the time taken to fly from Washington, D.C. to Tokyo. It is being created, of course, as a successor to the orbiter, as something which will be much more flexible than the orbiter and much, much less expensive, one hopes, with respect to loads which it takes into space. It is the genius of the American space program, in my view, and I think in that of almost everyone, that we have attempted to the maximum extent possible to separate the civilian and the military aspects of space. This year's NASA authorization bill, which is very much up in the air between the House and the Senate with respect to what will be included in it, does not have any debate on that subject. In speaking about a space station, we authorize a space station for civilian or for peaceful purposes only. I don't believe that keeps the Department of Defense out of it for some research-based activities, but the Department of Defense has consistently said that it doesn't really have any interest in the space station. That may be because it doesn't want to pay 4/5 of the cost of it, as is the case with some of these other activities, because I suspect that the Department of Defense, once we have a space station, will find that it has considerable interest in it. Nevertheless, we do want to wall off that project from being primarily a defense or an SDI-oriented project. But the research which we as Americans carry out, the development activities which we carry out in space, inevitably have impacts both on our national defense capabilities and on what we can do with respect to research activities, manufacturing activities, educational activities, the whole panoply of civilian activities in space. There should be a separation, as there has been ever since 1958. I think that is very healthy and very proper. There has always been a close relationship between the two, and almost always will be. And while it may be safe to say that for close to 20 years, in one sense, NASA subsidized the Department of Defense by being the lead player in space and providing at least basic research and manufacturing capabilities which benefited the Department of Defense. Very bluntly, when the money ratio changed, so also did the subsidy ratio. And it is not at all surprising to see an attempt in Congress to cause the replacement orbiter to be paid for by the Department of Defense, even though it will have some NASA-type activities. And as long as that ratio continues to exist, there will be heavy pressure in the Congress and elsewhere to see to it that a considerable portion of the money which goes for defense activities in space has civilian and NASA-related functions and implications as well.
Thank you very much. We will take questions from the floor. As Nanette said earlier, please go up to the microphone and identify yourself before asking the question. Perhaps not. Sir.
Excuse me. Bob Badgett from Computer Vision. Coming kind of a marketing background, usually talk in terms when you're talking to people of feature benefit. And was it not the case with the space station was lots of beautiful feature, one of the benefits being with the will of the Senate to say that 10% of the funding for the space station would go into the area of robotics? And is that the case? Does that continue to be the case? And could you kind of explain what was the will of the Senate to cause that to occur?
Now, I can't tell you at this stage of the development of a space station precise percentages by any means of either the utilization of the space station when it's completed or how much should go into one area or another. I do, I can emphasize that what you have said, by implication, that there was a change, in the Senate debate over the space station to create a specific emphasis on determining how much of the work of the space station itself could be conducted by robots, moving away from something which was oriented solely to being worked by a human crew to at least a determination in the course of the still decade, I'm sure, before we can actually complete it, to determine how much or what role robotics could play in the actual operation of the space station itself. Whether it'll be 10% or just what will come out to from a point of view of a conclusion remains for the future, but there will be a real emphasis on it.
What I was trying to get to was a description of your will to have the nation get excited about robotics and a technology transfer.
Our will to get the nation excited about robotics? I must say that I have some modesty about our ability in the Senate or in a single Senate committee to change the national emphasis or the national reflection on the space program. The public will is one which is extremely supportive of American activities in space. In fact, that support may have increased since the Challenger accident rather than decreased. I'm not sure that I would put it from a frame of reference of creating public excitement in it. I believe that if we encourage the use of robotics and if that money is used wisely, and you who are in the private sector demonstrate, what can be done, that will create the public excitement in the project.
Peter Cannon, consultant here in Washington. In view of the comments you made earlier, Senator, about asking the Air Force to pick up part of the additional vehicle, is there any possibility, and has there been any deliberation in Congress about the possibilities of transferring a part or all of the shuttle mission to the Air Force or the Defense Department?
There has not been. It may follow, however, There's a very real possibility that it would follow from Air Force financing, of a fourth orbiter. I'm not sure precisely how it would work if you had so bifurcated a management of the shuttle program. We may build a new and a fourth shuttle that will be very close to identical to the present ones. I can't imagine that the most efficient way to do things will be to say that here is one shuttle which is reserved for only a particular class of missions. My inclination is that it may well be that the Defense Department, would be entitled to, a greater overall priority under those circumstances, but I suspect it would be a priority that would be spread among, all four orbiters in existence at the present time. I want to emphasize that this request or demand on the part of Congress that the Air Force fund a fourth orbiter came neither from NASA nor from the Department of Defense, nor from that, for that matter, from either of the committees which deal with NASA, either the Commerce Committee or the Appropriations Committee. It has come from Senator Stevens as chairman of the Appropriations Subcommittee on Defense. Now, I believe that it comes out of a frustration which the rest of us felt when, after 7 or 8 months, the administration recommended that we build a fourth orbiter, but that in effect we build it on credit or on the cuff, without coming up with a specific way for which it would be paid through NASA's ordinary appropriations. Within our authorization, within the appropriations as they're going through Congress at the present time, realistically there isn't enough money for a fourth orbiter. And so the Stevens idea, I suspect, arose out of that. Had the administration given us a way to pay for a fourth orbiter through NASA, I doubt that this idea would have come up. So since it's an idea which comes essentially from one senator, though it looks as though it might well be accepted, the whole idea of how it would be managed, who would do what, where it would be stationed is still up in the air.
Brack Brown, George Mason University. Senator Gorton, you talked about the reversal of funding being followed by a reversal of the subsidization formula. Do you see no qualitative difference between military subsidization of civil and vice versa?
Yes, I do see a qualitative difference between the two. There was nothing in my comment on that subject which should be implied to feel that I thought that it was that this was necessarily a good idea. Now, as I go off my chairmanship, I do support a very strong research effort into a strategic defense initiative. I think that that is worthwhile, and much of that change in emphasis has arisen out of that. My own preference would be to keep the two programs as separate as one possibly could. My own preference would be to have absolute minimal subsidies from one side to another, though full and strong cooperation. But when you are faced with certain realities, that the political reality is that one budget is growing and the other budget is not growing, you get around that political reality by a form of cross-subsidization. And it does not seem to me that it was our choice of having A subsidized by B or B subsidized by A. It was whether or not we were going to make the NASA program as strong as we possibly could, finding the money where we could.
Yes, Senator. Richard Scheck, consultant. In the August 11th issue of Aviation Week, Senator Matsunaga put forth a very ambitious program for the space station in Mars and a variety of 2 actual space stations. In that, he called for cooperation with the Japanese and the Europeans in the funding of the 4th orbiter. I appreciate your comments on that.
We, of course, have cooperation from the Japanese and from the Europeans and from the Canadians with respect to the space station. And I believe very strongly that we should press for such international cooperation, at least among free nations, as we look forward to the year 20 or 25, say perhaps a Mars mission. The dream of cooperation, which includes the Soviet Union, is certainly one which we should pursue. I'm not certain that with respect to the fourth orbiter, that this is something that's appropriate to do. We have the technology for the fourth orbiter. It's going to be built here. We know how it's going to be built. I'm inclined to think that that is pretty much a U.S. function, simply because we're building one more automobile, one more vehicle, or whatever it is, off of existing plans. But as we go into the next generation, the space shuttle, perhaps into the aerospace plane itself, into the kind of plans and dreams that we're looking forward to in the 21st century, I believe that we should increasingly emphasize or increasingly encourage international, not just cooperation, but participation in the manufacturing process and the like.
That, your answer, I understood it, but that didn't sound like it was complete rejection of the possibility of working.
I think it's a possibility we can look into, though. I do think it unlikely with respect to the fourth orbiter. I'm afraid, okay, this is going to be the last.
This is the last question.
I'm Paula Korn. I'm a consultant here in the Washington area. Professor Logsdon made a comment at the end of his presentation regarding commercialization of space, placing it at the very bottom of our priority list, or what he thinks should be a priority list within the space program. I was wondering if you could address your feelings toward the industry as such, and if you think that industry could do anything in the way of budgeting or in the way of helping to support the space program. You're talking about the various compromises that we have to make, putting DoD and NASA together. Is there anything that you see that the private sector could do?
That's a good question. I didn't get into the administration's policies on space commercialization and on the functions and uses of the orbiter. Yeah, I would like to see the greatest possible civilian participation, non-governmental participation in space. We've been debating shuttle pricing policies pre-Challenger accident for an extended period of time. I'm a little bit restless and questioning of what the administration came up with as a set of policies, because it seemed to me that it ignored a major third player. That to say that getting the shuttle, getting NASA out of the business of launching commercial satellites, communication or otherwise, would automatically and to the same extent create a private sector opportunity seems to me to ignore the fact that there are all kinds of other foreign governmental and subsidized activities which are designed to do exactly the same thing. I would love to see a very strong non-governmental private sector American enterprise in space. I am not at all anxious to see us go entirely out of a launching policy for civilian space loads, simply to see it turned over to the French or the Chinese or to or to anyone else. The fact is that there are three players or three potential players in this ball game, and we have got to keep our eye on the fact that all three are involved, and that we don't want to abandon, our government-supported efforts for government-supported efforts in other nations. And it's very, very difficult policy to come up with an answer to.
If I may just ask, Senator, what would you suggest, though? There are no incentives for industry in this country. In fact, it's almost discouraged at this point. So if we're going to support industry's involvement in the space program, we need to do something to make it worth
Yes,
a while.
there's no question but that we do. And that's the various emphasis on these things is a part of the debate over what kind of authorization bill, if any, that we're going to pass this year. I wish I had a glib and a complete answer for you, and one in which I felt full confidence. I'd have to confess to you right now that I do not. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We appreciate you taking time out to speak to us this morning. Our second speaker this morning has a name that must be a nightmare to any introducer. He's Brigadier General Earl Van Inwegen. General Van, as he's known to his colleagues, is currently Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations at U.S. Air Force Space Command in Colorado Springs. Before taking up his present duties, he was JCS representative to the Defense and Space Negotiations in Geneva. General.
Thank you, Paul. There certainly is some confusion about U.S. military objectives in space today. Unfortunately, some of this confusion has created the impression that militarization of space is inherently a bad thing, that it conflicts with the peaceful use of space, and that it serves to escalate world tensions. What I'd like to do is briefly discuss U.S. military objectives in space and explain how those objectives and the civilian and commercial community's objectives broadly complement each other and mutually contribute to our national security and world peace. Air Force military objectives in space are clearly stated in an Air Force manual on military space doctrine. This manual implements DoD directives and the Memorandum of Understanding between the Department of Defense and NASA, which recognizes the Air Force as the executive agent and single manager for the DoD Space Transportation System, for satellite launch, and for all common user DoD satellite control facilities. These objectives are, briefly, first, to maintain the freedom of space for the use of military and civil sectors to increase the security and the welfare of our nation. This objective is no different than that of our Navy to ensure the freedom of the seas. Second, to protect this nation's resources from threats in, through, and from space. This objective requires the capability to detect, to identify, to catalog, track, and predict the impact of space objects, as well as the ability to deter, if needed, and neutralize in time of war identified threats to our national security in space. Third, to increase the effectiveness, readiness, and survivability of our military forces on the land, sea, and in the air from space. Fourth, to prevent space from being used as a sanctuary for aggressive systems by our adversaries. And finally, to exploit the potential of space to conduct operations as required to further defensive military objectives. Now, how do these objectives contribute to national security, world peace, and the furtherance of civil and commercial space activities? There are two fundamental ways that the military space program provides a measure of stability in the world. The first is verification of arms control agreements. Whatever benefits we have derived from the variety of arms control agreements to which our nation is a party have been made possible in large part by the capabilities of space systems to verify compliance with those agreements. And I think that our large dependence on space system reflects the difference in the freedom of information that exists between the Soviet Union and the United States. Secondly, if arms control agreements fail and conflict ensues, space assets in great measure provide stability through the prompt and accurate detection of missile launches from anywhere in the world. This capability contributes directly to this nation's policy of deterrence and to the survivability of our retaliatory forces. Space assets also contribute to national security in other less obvious ways. For example, 2/3 of all U.S. government messages go abroad by satellite, as well as a large percentage of commercial and civil messages which go by satellite communications. In fact, we rely more on satellites for military communications than do the Soviets. Most of their critical military communications are land-based and restricted to the Eurasian landmass. However, as the Soviets expand their global presence, their reliance on spaceborne communications has increased. However, they have not retired other means of communications as a backup. And finally, all services rely heavily on satellites for navigation, observation, surveillance, and weather support. We should be quick to recognize that U.S. military space systems provide support functions and not weapons applications. We have not found it useful nor practical as yet, nor have we attempted to employ weapons from space against terrestrial targets. General Harries, who's the Commander-in-Chief of North American Aerospace Defense Command and the newly formed U.S. Space Command, summed it up when he stated that deaf, blind, or disoriented military forces operate at a clear disadvantage. It's safe to say that satellites provide support without which no modern military force could successfully operate if facing an enemy who enjoyed similar support. Today, the armed forces of the Soviet Union enjoy a highly robust space program. Approximately 8 out of every 10 Soviet launches are military-related. By comparison, roughly half of U.S. space launches have some military application. More graphically, in 1985, the Soviets accomplished about 100 space launches, similar to their 1984 total. During the same time, the United States launched 17. This year, the comparison is even more dismal. Soviet Union 59, United States 5, as of 1 September. Our own applications in space are support-oriented, not offensive in nature. And this is an important point for all of us to keep in mind. At the outset, I said U.S. military objectives in space and those of the civilian and commercial communities are not competitive but complementary. While they do compete for scarce resources in the administration, they do meld quite well in the broader context. We in the military have supported civil and commercial space programs, and they have supported us. I'm convinced that the tremendous success we've seen in all three areas can be directly attributed to mutual cooperation on almost each and every venture. For example, the achievements of U.S. civilian and commercial space programs have greatly benefited all mankind. Telecommunications, meteorology, geology, astronomy, metallurgy, and medicine, to just name a few, have taken to new horizons. Miniaturization has become the outstanding benefit of space exploration, and I can't think of a segment of our population whose lives haven't been improved because of it. Every school child with a pocket calculator owes his or her debt of thanks to the space program. Unfortunately, they've probably forgotten how to memorize multiplication tables because of that. We also share technology and resources. Our global positioning system navigation satellites and transit navigation satellites support civil, commercial, foreign, as well as Soviet users. The radiation-hardened electronics developed for military payloads are now used by TRW, Northrop, Boeing, Hughes, GE, NASA, and others on their space systems. We share launch sites such as those at Vandenberg, Patrick, and Kennedy. And just recently, the NASA and the Air Force have undertaken a joint training program for mission controllers at the Johnson Space Center. Our military worldwide space surveillance network provides more than 30,000 observations daily on the more than 6,000 objects currently in orbit. We provide early orbit determination, element set information, and surveillance data to civilian and commercial satellite owners on all of their on-orbit resources. Also, the United States Space Command has agreements with these users to provide threat warning and assessment of satellite attack to support U.S. civil and commercial systems. And finally, we support NASA on all shuttle launches, providing tracking data and collision avoidance information throughout the entire mission. In fact, the shuttle is an outstanding example of cooperation by all three elements of the U.S. space program. Another is in the area of satellite recovery. Three good examples are the recovery of the TDRS, Tracking and Data Relay Satellite, WESTAR, and LESAT satellites. The TDRS satellite was a NASA resource, and WESTAR and LESAT belonged to the Hughes Corporation. Our military space analysts in Colorado Springs worked hand in hand with NASA, TRW, Hughes, and the Air Force Satellite Control Facility at Sunnyvale to regain control of these multi-million-dollar assets. In those cases, together, we were successful. We have all worked together with NASA on the shuttle, with Martin Marietta on booster technology and General Electric on large space technology, as well as other contractors. The Laser Clearinghouse, which permits the safe testing of laser systems without harming spacecraft, and the Launch Correlation Unit, which supports the Accident Measures Agreement with the Soviet Union, are other outstanding examples of cooperation between all segments of the U.S. space program. However, while we have been successful together, and so often, the tragic loss of the Challenger and her crew serves as a grim reminder that space pioneering is still a long way from being routine. The loss of Challenger, the Delta, Titan ELVs, and the resultant launch moratorium have had a profound and negative impact in the short term on all U.S. space programs. Our inability to launch military payloads has serious national security implications. Since the Challenger disaster, the Soviet Union has launched over 48 military payloads in space. We have launched none. Fortunately, our superior technological capability has resulted in a prolonged life for our U.S. payloads that are in orbit. However, further degradation of any on-orbit capabilities without the ability to replace them seriously undermines national security. The civil and commercial space programs, too, have suffered setbacks. Interplanetary space probes, Space Lab, Space Telescope, commercial communication satellites, and Intelsats have been delayed as a result of the launch disasters. We face exciting and challenging times. Space is still a new world, a new environment in which we have to operate. More importantly, it is fundamental to our nation's goals of national security and world peace, goals that all segments of our space program and U.S. society share and work for together. The objectives of the civilian and commercial space programs are to benefit all of mankind. The military objective is to ensure access to space and preserve a peaceful environment for all nations through surveillance, warning, deterrence, and if necessary, denial of access to space by an adversary during hostilities. In my view, our objectives are in consonance, and while not entirely without some family arguments, they are mutually oriented to a free world and a productive nation of the United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General. Our third speaker today is David Webb. Dr. Webb is presently Professor and Chairman of the Space Studies Program at the Center for Aerospace Sciences, University of North Dakota. He has recently been a member of the National Commission on Space, which laid out a completely new agenda for the U.S. space program. Dr. Webb.
Thank you, Paul. I'm very glad to be here today. I have not prepared a statement because, if you will bear with me, I would like to try and think out loud, and it's a very painful process, in the formulation of something which I'm trying to come to grips with, and I would like you to help me, and perhaps together we can try and conceptualize whether or not the questions that we're even asking are the right ones. I have a horrible feeling that we're tilting at windmills, that in fact, when we start talking about the balance between the civilian and military programs, we are basically talking about the sub-effect of a basic lack, a fundamental lack within the U.S. political structure as to how we have institutionalized the development of technology. It is quite obvious that the rational answer to the question of the proper balance between military and civilian is when each has got enough. But of course that begs the question. But the fact that they don't have enough is the real issue. And what we're looking at here is the beginnings of the understanding in our country that we have reached a period of scarcity in our resources. And in fact, we are acknowledging a process that started back in the 70s, when this nation made a decision. Whether we made it consciously or unconsciously isn't the point. We made a decision that we would spend the greatest percentage of our resources on, for want of a better term, will be called social rights. When we made that decision, we fundamentally altered the structure of the federal budget. And by so doing, we have now put ourselves into a situation where probably less than 30% of the federal budget is available for programs outside the social programs. And in doing that, we have now reached a stage where we have to realize that that 30% is not enough for the multitudinous demands that are made on that sector of money. And now, for the first time, perhaps in the history of the United States, we have reached the stage where we are arguing about the share of a declining pie. And that is a very, very tricky business to get into, and one which I am very, very sorry to see occur in this nation, because it has occurred in other industrial nations, most notably Britain, with very disastrous results. And we are faced with a much more fundamental issue than the share of our military and civilian space programs. We are faced with the fundamental issue of whether or not this nation can afford in this day and age to develop the technology that it must do if it is to remain a first-class nation. And that is a very much deeper issue, I think. And I believe that it is perfectly possible to make a very good case at the present time that we cannot do it. Or if, perhaps to rephrase that we are not doing it. We may be able to do it, but it requires a much greater rationalization of our resources and the way we divide them than we have been able to come to grips with in our political process. We've got a very messy political process in this country. It raises really an issue as to whether a presidential system of government in a federal nation can compete in an area where there are centrally directed, parliamentary at the best, and totalitarian states in opposition. Frankly, we're suffering from what, for want of a better term, I would call institutional dysfunction of a very high order indeed. We have no way in this country of bringing basic research through its development phase and out onto the market so it can be used by the private sector. We are the only industrial nation in the world that has no institutionalized method for doing that. And as a result, we are suffering extraordinarily badly. We're suffering in every single aspect of our economic and private sector competition. And you can see that right across the board. We're brilliant at innovation, brilliant at invention, and then somebody else brings it to market before we do. Most of the world is living off our technology, and yet we have reached a stage where we can't live off it. Our balance of payments is an absolute acknowledgement of the fact that we are incapable in this nation of living off our own resources that we have invented, but yet the rest of the world is living off them. And Japan, thank you, is doing very well. Now here is the fundamental issue, and it's got much, much more even than space, and I thought I would never say that. I believe that space is a driving sector for this nation, but the fact of the matter is that until we come to grips with those fundamental political issues, we will not ever have a space program that is satisfactory, quote unquote, in which the division between the military and the civilian sectors is really not important. NASA has been living off 1960s. In the 1980s, we've suddenly just simply run out of new things which were new in 1960. That's all this is an acknowledgement of. It is no different than anything we've been doing for 20 years. We stopped 20 years ago. We've been coasting since then. And unless we suddenly realize that, and unless we start thinking in fundamentally basic infrastructure terms, we are only going to put Band-Aids on a situation that requires very radical surgery. And it's what sort of surgery and how to do it. In other words, it requires the creation of a new political institutional structure in this nation in which we can deal with centralized technology. And we haven't come to grips with that at all. But I think we better. And how we do it is in itself going to be very messy, because we in this room desperately want space to get a large chunk of it, but there are an awful lot of people outside this room that want some other sector to get a large chunk of it, and the pie is declining. And the big issue that we have got to face is how can we make the pie grow again? Now, if I may get off the fundamental thing and look a little bit at space, the only way, I must not say that I agree when John Logsdon said that we all believe now in a mixed fleet. I don't think I believe in a mixed fleet at all. I think that the expendable launch vehicle is an outdated anachronism. And the sooner we come to grips with that, the better it is. if he had stated that at this present time in our winter of our discontent that we require a mixed fleet, I would agree with that. But as for the fact of the value of a mixed fleet, I don't agree at all. We have got to make a technological leap in this country if we're going to get back into the ballgame. And the technological leap is the aerospace plane. And the fundamental issue is who is going to drive the aerospace plane. The military require it, the military are going to get it, and that is as it should be. If it is required for national security, then it must be so. But the real problem is that the military have put it back in the black, and as long as it remains in the black, the civilian version will not be built. And if the civilian version is not going to be built, well then I do not think that in 10 years' time, when we gather here together again, that we will be feeling as happy as we are now, and now we are in the winter of our discontent, because it will be a situation where we will have fallen behind the rest of the world. The British Hottle, the German Sanger, and the Japanese unnamed vehicle are going to clobber us. And they're not going to clobber us in the military sense, they're going to clobber us in the economic sense. We are in a major international competitive situation in which we either are going to compete with what it takes, or else we are going to go down the tubes. We are in a situation in which right now we can decide not to compete, that we will just ignore the fact that this vehicle, of which we're going to put $6 billion over the next 10 years, is going to be military, or else we better get it out in the civilian sector to be civilian. And in my opinion, if there's one single thing that can turn us around at the present time, it is for the President to announce to this nation in much more fundamental terms than he did on February the 6th, when he called it the Orient Express, that he announces a program for this nation for the development of the civilian version of the national aerospace plane. And then we compete. And not only that, then we have the solar system. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Our last speaker this morning almost needs no introduction to anyone familiar with or who watches the evening news on a regular basis. John Pike of the Federation of American Scientists is a constant source for the press. He is probably Washington's most widely sought after expert on US and Soviet space activities, and we welcome him here this morning. John.
Thank you very much, Paul. That was very kind. When I was originally approached to address the question of the balancing of our civilian and military space objectives, my initial response was that it really seemed to me that there was not that much to balance, in the sense that by and large, space is not a mission, it is a place. And in large measure, what the civilian program is doing in space just does not have that much interface with what the military program is doing in space. The most immediate way in which priorities and objectives are balanced, of course, is through our budgetary priorities. And by and large, the military budget is considered entirely separately from the civilian budget. I think that one good indicator of the essential bifurcation between military and civilian space objectives is that in practice, people such as myself who do primarily national security space policy are largely strangers at meetings of people who do civilian space policy, and by and large I think vice versa is also the case. In general, I am concerned with the direction that we are going in our national security applications of space. I think by and large most of the programs that have been described on this panel for national security missions are certainly benign, and those that I would not describe as benign, I would frankly have a hard time describing as actively pernicious. At the same time, I do have very great concerns about the direction that we're going with the Strategic Defense Initiative and the anti-satellite weapon program. I think those are probably not the direction that we ought to be going. At the same time, to go into a harangue about why Star Wars is a bad idea would clearly go beyond my brief this morning. Because basically, regardless of where we continue to go on the Strategic Defense Initiative, or regardless of what happens on the testing of anti-satellite weapons, that's really not going to have much impact on the relative priority that we afford our civilian space program. However, there is one very large, very significant, and immediate place in which our civilian and military space programs do have an interface at a policy level, and that is in the provision of launch services. Because both our civilian and military space programs are reliant, by and large, on the same launch vehicles to get into space, most particularly the space shuttle. And I think that one reason that we're convening this conference today, of course, is that we have a serious problem today with getting into space. Until a few weeks ago, the American space program was basically sitting on the ground. A lot of people have said that the American space program faces a crisis today. I would have to agree that the American space program is probably in the worst shape that it has been since October of 1957, when the Soviets beat us into space. At the same time, I would have to say that while we're in the worst shape that we've been in a long time, all things considered, we're probably not in very bad shape. By and large, the stand down of our various launch vehicles is not resulting in a launch of services from our various space assets, both civilian and military. Fortunately, the United States has very robust constellations of long-lived satellites, and the interruption in our ability to replace those satellites does not immediately translate into an interruption of services from those satellites. And by and large, in those areas where we do face potentially an interruption of service from our satellites, this is not due to the Challenger accident and the stand down of the shuttle, but is rather due to problems that we've had with the much less reliable expendable launch vehicles. Currently, we're looking rather thin on our geosynchronous weather satellites, a result of the unreliability of those satellites, and most notably a result of the failure of the Delta launch vehicle. We're probably as thin as we've ever been today on our photographic reconnaissance satellites, again the result of 2 consecutive failures of the Titan 34D expendable launch vehicle. And I think that if we compare the shape of the American space program today with the shape that the Soviets would be in if they were facing a similar stand down, perhaps a 6 to 12 month stand down of all of their launch vehicles except for their largest, the Proton, which one might assume would be stood down for 2 years, roughly replicating the interruption in launch services that the United States faces today. Rather than the, by and large, manageable situation that the United States faces, the Soviets would have lost all of their low-altitude photographic, radar, and electronic intelligence satellites and would have suffered approximately a 50% degradation in services from all of their other satellite constellations. So I would have to say that in general, as we decide how we're going to structure our recovery program, and as we decide competing priorities between military and civilian access to launch vehicles, that we have to recognize that we're in the worst situation that we've been in, but by and large, things really aren't that bad. So where are we going to be going in our recovery program? How are we going to balance civilian and military objectives in space? I'd have to agree with David Webb's comment that to the first approximation, I think that it's important to recognize that the mixed fleet that we are going to be operating for the next 5 or 10 years is going, in my estimation, to be a temporary phenomenon. The question of transitioning to an all-shuttle launch capability, in my estimation, is not a matter of whether, it's simply a matter of when. This may just be an emotional response from a person who caught a lot of trouble from their grade school teachers when my mother had me stay home and watch John Glenn go into space, and it may just be a reaction, as Paul Stairs indicated, of a shuttle lover. I was present down at the Cape when the first flight of the Columbia took place, and I must admit a certain emotional attachment to the shuttle system. But at the same time, I just have some conceptual difficulty believing that this country is going to go into the 21st century getting into space using launch vehicles that were originally designed under the Eisenhower administration. Some people complain about the shuttle being 70s technology. I have difficulty believing that we're going to continue much longer with 50s technology. At the same time, it's very clear that expendable launch vehicles are going to be required in the short term. Until we get the fourth orbiter, until we work off the backlog of payloads that have been delayed, expendable launch vehicles are clearly going to be required through the early 1990s. In the 1992-1995 timeframe, if the current schedules for the space station and the Strategic Defense Initiative hold, we're probably going to face a fairly severe traffic jam accommodating both of those programs as well as other user communities simply using a four-orbiter fleet, and there may be continued requirement for expendable launch vehicles during that time frame. But in the post-95 time frame, I think that the long-term prospects for expendable launch vehicles are very poor. Current estimates that would, of traffic models, demand for launch services that would suggest that there is demand that would support both the four-orbiter shuttle fleet, the European Ariane flying at 8 or 10 flights a year, plus an economical level of expendable launch vehicles here in the United States are almost certainly overstated. Today we continue to experience a transponder glut in communication satellites, particularly in C-band. Fiber optics are posing an increasingly severe competitive threat, and new services such as direct broadcasting satellites and materials processing always seem to be 5 or 10 years in the future. More realistic assessments of the demand for launch services in the 1990s suggest that a four-orbiter shuttle fleet combined with Arianespace will probably clear the market in terms of demand for launch services. And when we get the shuttle operating again and when the flight rate approaches the level that's technologically supportable, I think there are going to be increasing budgetary pressures within the federal government to begin transitioning federal payloads to the space shuttle, and the unavoidable economic advantages of flying on the cheaper shuttle as opposed to more expendable launch vehicles at a high flight rate, I think are also going to lead the commercial and civilian users also to get back on the shuttle. In terms of the fourth orbiter, I must confess that Senator Stevens and I very rarely, if ever, see eye to eye. He and I have had an ongoing dispute about the priorities accorded to the Strategic Defense Initiative and the anti-satellite program, but I must confess that as regards the question of who's going to be paying for the fourth orbiter, I think that Senator Stevens has hit the nail exactly on the head. The basic requirement for the fourth orbiter is to support national security missions at Vandenberg Air Force Base. The current operational concept and certainly the hardware configuration of our next generation KH-12 photographic reconnaissance satellite absolutely requires operating the space shuttle out of Vandenberg. The additional time required to operate an orbiter out of Vandenberg Air Force Base suggests that by and large that orbiter is going to spend most, if not all, of its time flying payloads out of Vandenberg. This argues that, to the first approximation, funds for that fourth orbiter ought to come out of the Air Force budget. Or at a minimum, funds for that orbiter should not be held against existing NASA budgetary priorities. We already have some precedent for financing National Reconnaissance Office activities through the NASA budget, since NASA has been paying for the filament wound casings, which are basically only going to be used supporting NRO payloads out of Vandenberg. It seems to me that in the area of space station, we additionally have some problems posed by the stand down of the shuttle, particularly in the area of the development of user communities for the space station. While big science has gotten a great deal of attention, the question of how we're going to put Galileo or the Hubble Space Telescope into space, those small science user communities flying payloads in the shuttle payload bay have received less attention than any other user community. I think that this is very unfortunate, since these experiments are going to provide the basis for developing the larger experiments to be flown on the space station, and the 3 to 4 year delay that these user communities are going to experience, I think raises very real questions about whether or not the space station is going to have a user community adequately developed to support the type of services that the space station is going to be in a position to provide. All of this says to me, finally, that given the very difficult choices and priorities that the American government and the American people are going to have to be making in our space program over the next several years, that there is a very clear and compelling case for drastically improving and upgrading our decision-making capabilities. I must confess a continual amazement and bewilderment at the inability of this administration to make the seemingly obvious decision that we ought to replace the Challenger. I attribute this, unfortunately, in large measure to the fact that our space policy decision-making instrumentalities and institutions have been allowed to atrophy over the last 5 or 10 years, and it's probably going to require a major reinvigoration of those decision-making processes if we're going to be able to adequately deal with the very difficult choices that we face in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Panelists have given us much food for thought here. We welcome your questions.
My name is Greer Rackland. I'm an attorney here in Washington. Mr. Pike and Professor Webb both are not major fans of the ELV industry. Mr. Pike, you made the statement that it's probably not efficient to rely upon 50s technology. I think that misses the point. It's not the dependence upon the technology, it's the dependence upon a launch system that doesn't rely on 4 or 3 vehicles. The shuttle system, when we lose one, the entire system shuts down. If it's the only launch system we have, we're on the ground. The ELV system, arguably being a reusable, not reusable, being an expendable system, we theoretically would have access to space even after the Titan and other explosions. Isn't your criticism of relying upon old technology really kind of a straw argument?
Well, my criticism of relying on the 50s technology, I hope I made very explicitly, is basically an emotional argument on the part of somebody who thinks the shuttle's pretty neat. I think that I also have a fairly compelling analytical case. As I pointed out, the problem that we have today in terms of the interruption of services from our space assets is not due to the stand down of the shuttle. It's due to the problems that we've had with our expendable launch vehicles. The reason that we've been moving the GOES satellite from the east to west coast to track hurricanes is because of the unreliability of expendables. The reason that we're currently limping along on only one photographic reconnaissance satellite is due to the unreliability of expendables. As long as you're dealing with expendables that have a 90 or 95% operational reliability, there are definitely going to be limits as to how much you're going to invest in a single satellite. That means that, among other things, there are definitely going to be limits on the expected lifetime of that satellite. As you go to the shuttle, however, with its much higher reliability, you're going to be able, on a cost-benefit basis, to place satellites in orbit that are going to last a lot longer. As you also go to the shuttle, flying at 20 or 25 times a year, considerably cheaper than expendables, you're also going to be able to move to on-orbit spares to support your constellation. I guess in general that my argument is that overall a space strategy that relies on the space shuttle is, number one, less likely to experience the interruptions in launch services that expendables create, and is also going to be much more resilient to those interruptions when they do occur. And I do want to underline when, because I think that the odds are very good that as we continue to operate the shuttle fleet, we are going to lose another orbiter.
I would make a slightly different argument. First of all, I have absolutely nothing against expendable vehicles in the 1950s time frame or the 60s time frame or even the 70s time frame. The expendables are great. I think that a Delta launch is as sexy as a shuttle launch. But the problem is that they're totally uneconomic. And we cannot go on relying on uneconomic vehicles that cost us nearly $5,000 a pound to go to orbit. If we're going to rely on those vehicles, we will never, ever have the commercialization of space that we talk about, because no company is going to be able to afford to operate up there. It is impossible. So therefore, we've got to go a new route. The shuttle is an interim vehicle, as far as I'm concerned. I haven't got John's great love for the shuttle. I think it's an excellent research vehicle. It taught us a lot about aerodynamics and flying at Mach 25 in the atmosphere. Now we need to use that information to make the next step, which is to marry our air transportation and our space transportation into one vehicle, which is a fast turnaround, self-diagnostic, rapidly utilizable vehicle that you can use again and again from airports all over the country. And then we are Perkin Coffee.
Mr. Aldrin.
Buzz Aldrin, Science Applications International Corporation and the University of North Dakota. I wasn't a member of this group that met in the spring on the West Coast, the Citizens Advisory Council on National Space Policy, but I think an item that they brought up and issued is worthy of note at this point. I'm only sorry that Senator Gorton is not here to comment on it. The key that applies to what it is we're discussing right now concerning ELVs is you leave it up to somebody to provide something where you need it. Now, how they do that. Anyway, this is called the Commercial Space Incentive Act, which is a body of this paper. The purpose of the Commercial Space Incentive Act is to make the United States a spacefaring nation, as President Kennedy promised in 1962. Spacefaring means that private citizens of the United States should have practical opportunities for access to space for themselves or for their experiments and equipment. Space travel should be as accessible to Americans as air travel is today. The act is intended to stimulate private enterprise to develop low-cost space launch capabilities without having to compete with government space launch systems. Let me just read the first paragraph of how it would work. The heart of the act is its incentive structure, under which the United States would guarantee every year for the next 10 years to pay $500 per pound for the first 1 million pounds of payload placed in orbit by private U.S. companies. The minimum weight for an orbital payload would be 10,000 pounds. Now, there are a bunch of numbers, and I'm sure those things would be debated around, but the idea is to have some way of putting large payloads up there and to provide an incentive, and the government would pay $500 a pound for this, and it up to a million pounds for the first 1 million pounds.
Would anyone like to comment on that? John?
Well, I just have two observations on the numbers. That the $500 a pound incentive would clearly be far short of making up the differential between the cost of expendables and the cost of the shuttle once you get the shuttle flying at 20 or 25 flights a year. The other observation that I would have on the number is that the 1 million pounds per year is probably about 5 or 6 times the payload that we've been putting in space over the last several years. And I think that the main problem that we have been experiencing in expanding that has not been small differentials in the cost of getting into space. The main problem has been that we haven't been able to figure out anything to do once we get there. Now, it's true that when or if we experience the type of drastic reductions in cost of getting into space that David has been talking about, we may find that there are other activities that are economical. But the bottom line is that I believe that for the last 15 years we've been trying to duplicate the communication satellite experience that we've had already, and fundamentally have been unable to identify the type of user community that would support a second communication satellite experience in the space community.
I have one comment on that. When you look at the cost per pound of spaceflight, I think one thing that has to be realized is that the majority of weight that we put into space from the launch pad is fuel. And if we are going to make space launch competitive financially, we have to look at new ways to minimize the weight of fuel through new engine technology, or something of that sort. And once we can get that tremendous weight of fuel that we have to put off the launch pad down to a reasonable amount, then I think we'll be well on our way toward making spaceflight routine, commercial, and cheap.
Sir.
And Charles Lundquist, University of Alabama. I'd like to follow up on Mr. Webb's remarks on the social programs. A related issue is the overlay of social requirements that are put on NASA and DOD. Such requirements as small business set-asides, equal employment opportunity, and a whole host of others take a lot of resources of NASA and DOD they divert the attention of the people in these agencies to other matters that they probably can't do as well as they might get on with rocketry. I wonder whether anyone has estimated what fraction of the, say, $8 billion for NASA really should be chopped up as part of your social programs also. Could you comment on that?
Good Lord, I'm in enough trouble as it is. I don't. I'm afraid, of course, that I feel that small businesses are extremely important in the whole structure of the U.S. Economic sector. I think 90% of our innovation comes through small businesses, so every penny spent there is a penny very well spent indeed. However, for other programs, it is a readjustment of what one would call social justice, I guess, that was decided upon by the United States citizenry in the 1970s. And therefore it is all government agencies have to do this. I'm not sure that one can legislate social change by using economic ways. Perhaps you can. It's a position which I think the British would argue very strongly about. They will say that it has failed. Whether or not a lot of our nation's resources are being put in this, I think it's only about 2 or 3% of an agency budget. There's a good fudge.
One thing to note in the military budget is that about 30 to 40% of the military budget has to do with manpower and people costs. In essence, that is a social cost because we're training people to be productive members of society, whether they get out after 2 years or after 35 years. I don't think enough people realize that. That doesn't address the point that was made with respect to how much we pay additive in our contractual efforts for resources. But I don't think we pay enough attention to the fact that a large part of the military budget has to do with people costs. The Soviets don't have to foot that bill, I might add.
At the back.
Joe Levecchio, World Space Report. This is directed mostly towards the general. I'm wondering about what you think about future of U.S. cooperation with the Soviets in space. I'm especially interested in projects designed for security through crisis prevention and crisis management, such as the hotline, nuclear risk reduction centers. Talks are going on in Geneva now. These would probably use satellites. The idea of satellite monitoring agencies is resurged recently. Stansfield Turner and people like Ray Klein are talking about it again. How do you see the role of this in the future?
There is definitely a role in the future, and there has been a role in the past, and there is currently a role for cooperation. I mentioned the accident prevention measures, and we do that in Colorado Springs through our Launch Correlation Unit as well as other measures. The improvements to the hotline, the recent proposal by the Senate, by certain senators for crisis reduction centers. I personally feel that there's some merit to this. It's a way of establishing some sort of mutual trust and cooperation between our countries, which I feel is necessary in some measure before we're going to agree on other things, such as arms control, cooperation in space. Technology is certainly an issue there, technology transfer with the Soviet Union. That's a very difficult thing to address from a national security standpoint, but from a commercial standpoint or a civil standpoint, there's possibly some merit in there, but it's something we have to wrestle with before we will get any extensive cooperation in space.
I'm Doug Hayden from Ariane Space, and I therefore have acknowledged a biased point of view. You'll hear more about it this afternoon if you have the stamina to stay with this group. I would, however, like to address a what-if question to the ELV bashers on the panel. And the what-if question goes along the line of what if the U.S. government policy of 10 to 15 years ago had not been directed in the direction of legislating the ELVs out of existence and instead had a continuing program of ELV improvement, upgrading, and modernization. would you still feel as negative as you do about the concept now being bandied about of mixed fleet?
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Definitely. I don't believe that the concept is sound, any more sound than taking a Boeing 747 from New York to Los Angeles and ditching it in the Pacific. It just is fundamentally an uneconomic method of transportation, and it was a very useful method when that was the only way we could go. But hopefully we've learned something in the past 30 years. And one thing we have learned is exactly as the General said, that if you're going to carry all your fuel with you, you're going to pay through the nose. And as we're going to try and commercialize space rather than paying through the nose for operating up there, I just don't see it. I think it's uneconomic.
I think in part the answer to that question depends on where you think we're going to be in space in the 21st century. If you assume that basically today what you see is what you're going to get, if you assume that the activities in space of the human race 20 or 50 years from now will not be tangibly different or tangibly more expensive or extensive than they are today. And I must confess that even for a person who's a space cadet from the word go, I think that there is a case to be made to suggest that human activity in space is not going to grow beyond what we have today. I hope that that's not the case. But if you assume that we're just not going to be doing any more in space 20 or 50 years from now than we are doing today, I think that there may be a case for forgetting about the space shuttle, forgetting about the space plane, and just continuing with the expendables. If, on the other hand, you either expect or hope that the human race in the 21st century is going to be doing significantly larger things in space than we are doing today, I just have a great deal of difficulty seeing us do that with expendable launch vehicles. And I think that on some level, the sooner we get about the business of finding a better way of getting into space, the sooner we are at least going to have the opportunity or the possibility of doing things on a significantly larger scale than we're doing right now.
Yes, at the back.
I'd like to ask General Van Inrigen what the status is of the request for proposal for a medium-sized launcher.
I don't know what the status of the request for proposal is right now. I'm sorry.
I heard everybody in the audience hold their breath while he said
And if I did, I probably couldn't tell you anyway.
We have time for 2 more questions at the front first.
Yes, Richard Gross, Space Age Publishing Company. I'd like to ask the General, I think you spoke quite adequately about the past and present DOD and military activities in space and how they relate to civilian and NASA. But could you look a little bit into the future with regard to SDI over the next 15 to 20 years, SDI in relation to commercial, scientific, and international cooperation, and how SDI would affect all that?
Well, first of all, you have to realize that our future in space is not totally SDI. However, I think anybody will have to agree that the technologies that many of the technologies that SDI is researching are certainly going to benefit civil and commercial ventures for the rest of our time. As far as direct cooperation, certainly we will continue to cooperate in launch capabilities, and certainly the things that go into space that are SDI will have to be launched, and there will be some measure of cooperation there, whether it be visible or not visible. Any improvement that we make in our boost capabilities, whether it be an aerospace plane or some other improvements, will certainly benefit both the SDI program as well as commercial and civil ventures. In terms of weapons applications, I can't foresee any spin-off there, but undoubtedly there will be some technological spin-off.
Do you see any downside with SDI negatively affecting the military, the commercial, scientific, or international aspects?
It's a tremendous investment and will be if it is deployed, and that certainly will take resources that could be spent elsewhere. But I think we have to look at what the purpose of an SDI approach is, and that's to rid the world of nuclear weapons, and I think everybody understands the President's logic on that. If it can contribute toward a more stable world and a more peaceful environment for the world community, then it's a tremendously wise investment and will certainly benefit civil and commercial ventures of any kind.
One last quick question.
I'd like to sort of take up where Doug Hayden left off. I think it is news to many of us that ELVs cost more than the shuttle, and I'd like to make a couple of points around that. I think many of us here understand why a reusable space vehicle is attractive for the sort of technological joy of it. The fact is that disposable diapers make a better deal than reusable diapers. And there are lots of markets in which reusability is not justified. Space travel being one of them, until you get up to a fleet size or to a market size that justifies an extremely large, that represents an extremely large demand. It in fact may be the case that an expendable 707 would be economic if you were only carrying 50 passengers a year. And I would like to get some reaction from you all, specifically with regard to the question of whether or how one concludes that ELVs either currently or inherently are higher cost than a reusable vehicle facing the existing market.
Very quickly.
No, I don't think based on the existing market bill that they are, but of course the existing market is a function of the vehicle. And so we're in a catch-22 situation. As long as we have these vehicles that are so expensive, we'll keep the existing market to its present size. And the whole concept is to try and reduce the cost. And certainly under the present formula, expendable vehicles could be made cheaply enough, perhaps, to warrant their continued usage. But we're talking about an expanding market, I think.
I think that that's precisely the point. What do you anticipate future market demand to be? If you believe that future market demand is going to go down from what we have today, I think at the 21st century we probably will be using expendables because we'd be putting up fewer satellites than we are today. And I think that there's a case to be made that in fact that is going to be what will happen, particularly with competition from fiber optics and the failure of other services and user communities to materialize. On the other hand, if you think that the type of demand that would support, say, a 4-orbiter fleet flying 20 or 25 times a year in the mid to late 90s is going to materialize, I think it's going to be very difficult to make an economic case for expendables in that time frame.
Well, thank you. We've reached the time. The beeps of various people's wristwatches tell me it's 11 o'clock and time for coffee. Let me just say thanks to our panelists, General Van Inwinchem, David Webb, and John Pike. Thank you. Q&A between some late starting.
Yes, I did too. I must admit, I thought it was fun.
You gonna stick around?
Let me introduce myself. I'm Chief Fisher. I'm with the Orlando Sentinel. I spoke to you I have just this week just moved to D.C. They transferred me for the time being to be covering NASA full-time out of our D.C. bureau. So I'm going to be around. Feel free to get up. That guy over there is the one. I know. I want to introduce myself to him as well.
But get in touch.
I checked this morning and they said
It is my very great pleasure to introduce to you Louis W. Cabot, who is the chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Brookings Institution, who will present our keynote speaker.
Thank you, Nanette. My very happy job is to introduce Dr. James Fletcher, who is a truly great American. I'm sure we all feel that way about him. You've seen his bio in the material. He is a product of Columbia, Caltech, Harvard, Princeton, Pittsburgh, University of Utah. Obviously, a leader in science, a leader in education, a leader in space. America's space program, when the history of the world is being written, will surely always be one of the great accomplishments in that history. And Jim Fletcher has been and is one of its principal architects. We're now at a time of re-examining priorities in all kinds of programs in this country, but at least for my money, a strong space program should be very high on that list of priorities. Jim Fletcher's new job as he returns to NASA is truly awesome. He has some crucial issues to address, and his list may not be, I'm sure he has a list he's going to tell us about, but a few on my list would be, how should NASA now be managed? Who should the new generation of key players be? How independent of the Pentagon should NASA remain? Has research and development been undermined by NASA's role in operations? How should the roles of government and private industry and academia be divided up and managed? We need a leader that's 10 feet tall, and we have one, Jim Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Cabot. Good morning. You're right about the 10 feet. I'm only 6 feet, but hopefully that'll do. I do appreciate the opportunity to talk to this distinguished and timely forum. Before I do, though, I didn't realize that this wasn't done on purpose. Today is NASA's birthday. 28 years ago today, NASA was chartered by the President and the Congress, and we're now beginning our 29th year. I think it's timely to mention that, and it's also timely to have a program such as this, which deals with the situation that the space program, military, commercial, science, finds itself at this kind of critical juncture in time. The situation is quite different from the period that caused NASA to be formed. That was a response to a crisis, primarily a Sputnik crisis, but there was a crisis of confidence in U.S. leadership. We have a similar crisis now in the sense that our leadership is being challenged, not by the Soviet Union alone, but by 125 countries that are now involved in space. And many countries have formed consortiums, like in Europe we have ESA. We think maybe of Europe at NASA as one country because we deal with one organization, the European Space Agency. But we deal with Europe. I think there are probably 10 or 12 countries at least, depending on which project they're involved in. Japan, China, India all have space programs in addition to the Soviet Union. And so our position of leadership is being challenged, and so this is, again, another reason why this is timely. I'm told that the topic for discussion today was set up before the accident. on January 28th. But that accident makes the forum even more timely because all of the issues that existed before January 28th are highlighted because of the 2-year delay while we're trying to recoup from that accident. I think Brookings was extremely farsighted in inviting you all to attend this conference, even though they didn't know, as I understand it, about the accident when they scheduled the conference. I understand that there are 3 main issues, and Mr. Cabot referred to some of those. One issue is the problem of how do we balance civilian and military space objectives. People have commented on the fact that the military expenditures are double what the civilian space agency's expenditures are. Not sure that's the right number, but still it's rapidly growing. Another issue is sorting out the relationship between the public and the private sector, and I'll have more to say about that in a moment. And last but not least is we do have the problem of how do we compete with the other nations of the world and at the same time cooperate. And the balance between cooperation and competition has to be addressed by all Americans. Just how we run through these issues remains to be seen. We're very vigorously pursuing policy questions at NASA, but of course the answers are not simple and they cannot be determined by NASA alone. Other agencies of government are involved, but as well as the private sector. We have made some progress, however, and I would like to give you our version of where we are in addressing some of these issues. For example, right now, there's no question about what our highest priority is at NASA. It's a near-term priority, and the priority is to fly again as soon as it is safe to do so. And we are still holding to the first quarter of 1988 as the likely date that we'll be flying the space shuttle again. We look reasonably confident at this point of meeting that date, and we're getting a little bit more confidence in ourselves because we have launched 3 expendable launch vehicles in a row. They're not difficult they didn't used to be difficult expendable vehicles, but after the series of failures that we and the Europeans had, it's probably the first after maybe 4 or 5 failures. I can't remember. There were 2 Titans, and there was an Ariane, and then we had a Delta fail, and then we had 3 in a row that worked. So I think we're beginning to get the hang of it again on expendable launch vehicles. We do have to put together the shuttle in a different way. We have to fix the problem that caused the accident, but we also are fixing everything else that ought to have been fixed if we had had the time to do so. And since we're down for a total of almost 2 years, just about 2 years, we might as well look at all the other items, which we call items on the critical item list, that can be fixed in that time. Also, while we're doing the shuttle fix, or we call it the anomaly resolution. I don't know why we don't just say things the way they are. Anomaly resolution. We thought it would be a good time to take a look at the entire NASA organization. And we have set in motion a study group, partially internal but partially former alumni, we might say, of NASA, to take a look at the way NASA organizes its programs. And that group did take a hard look at the space station, which I'll have more to say about in a moment, as their first priority, because the time was such that we had to make decisions on space station organization early. But they're now going on to look at the rest of the NASA, and we expect that study to be completed by the end of the year. We also have taken some of this downtime. We are taking some of this downtime. Unfortunately, from my perspective, rather belatedly. We had to get some things started early in my second tour at NASA before we had looked at this last thing, but this is more pertinent perhaps to your meetings today, and that is it gave us a little time to stand back and say, all right, where ought NASA to be going? We know in the near future where we're going because pretty much it's what we were doing before, but it's slipped to the right. And I've been advised that slipping to the right isn't clear to most people. That means slipping it to later years in NASA parlance. It just means a bunch of milestones on a chart have slipped to the right. And usually we label years from left to right, and I guess everybody else does too. But at any rate, we're beginning to do that. We have a number of exercises going on, some inside of NASA, some outside of NASA. And Dr. Sally Ride has been brought in from Houston, as you know, first woman in space for the Western world. And she really, in a way, volunteered to take this assignment because it was so important to NASA to try to pull together the various studies that are going on in and outside of NASA and to come up with recommendations as to what we ought to be doing beyond the space station, the next steps in space. Not perhaps as far-reaching as the National Commission on Space, which looked ahead 50 years, but more looking at 10 years from now. While we're keeping our eye on the future, however, several things have happened which affect space policy in the last several weeks, particularly from the White House. President Reagan has announced two new initiatives. The first, as you probably know, was to authorize a replacement orbiter, a fourth orbiter to replace the Challenger, which was lost. And that took a lot of discussion and negotiation, but nevertheless was a definite policy issue because we could have decided to go with three and to wait for the next advanced transportation system before we replace Challenger. The other decision that was made was to actively encourage a private sector expendable launch industry, and we're in the process of implementing that. When I say we're in the process, Department of Transportation, ourselves, and the White House, as well as the commercial industry itself, are in the process of establishing a viable expendable launch industry. We can talk more about that, but there's enough in the press about it. Primarily what it means is the commercial industry are actively engaged in a sales effort to try to get people to fly on their equipment. Unfortunately, there's a delay in ordering this equipment, and the French Ariane have taken advantage of that delay in signing up as many of those customers as they can, and even people like the Chinese have a delegation, I believe, today in Washington, trying to encourage the private sector to launch on their so-called launch long march vehicle. Well, both of these decisions, the expendable launch vehicle decision and the fourth orbiter decision, influence our next major step in space, which is the space station. The space station is a permanent presence in space, as announced by the President in his 1984 speech, and we expect to finish a space station, and the configuration was announced last week, which will meet the 1994 time period. It will start to be launched between probably 1993, and probably will continue to be assembled on out, no sudden stopping place. However, we have to decide on a stopping place within NASA for the purposes of budget calculations, because we indicated we probably could build a space station for $8 billion, and we will have a stopping place at $8 billion, but we don't know where that is right now. So whatever is the case, the fact that there are expendables going to be available and the fact that we have a fourth orbiter both have an impact on the space station. It is true and should be re-emphasized that the space shuttle, is still the least costly access to space. Now, I'm not trying to argue the case that the shuttle has lived up to all its expectations cost-wise, but in terms of future cost, investing in the shuttle is still the cheapest way to get to space. So we had to take the move in order to encourage the expendable launch vehicle to sort of curtail or put on a lower priority the commercial launches that were to take place. But nevertheless, those that are left, which is a large number of people, they're the scientific community, there are the the shuttle unique community. These are the space lab missions. There is the military community. There are the getaway specials, and we were talking about that this morning. All of these people want the lowest cost access to space, and unfortunately we can't accommodate all these folks.
Good afternoon. 1 year ago in this very room, we held a National Issues Forum on the role of government in the U.S. agricultural economy. And over the course of the last couple of years, Brookings has conducted a wide number of conferences and seminars that dealt with this question about the role of government. Clearly, this is a question that pertains to many areas of American society, and it's certainly true with respect to the space program. As John Logsdon put the question this morning, is there a significant role for the private sector in space, or will space remain primarily a strategic sector dominated by government priorities and programs? During the next hour and a half, we will explore the issue of how to sort out public and private roles in the U.S. space program. Each of our four distinguished panelists brings to this subject a different perspective. Let me introduce each one of them now, and then I'll turn the program over to them for some brief opening remarks, and then we would like to involve all of you in a large discussion on this important topic. Congressman George Brown represents the 23rd District in California. He is a scientist and is a leading figure in the Congress on science and technology issues. In the House of Representatives, he serves on three key committees: Agriculture, Science and Technology, and the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. He has had a most distinguished public service career at the federal, state, and local levels, and we look forward to his insights as a key national policymaker. David Thompson will give us the perspective of a successful space entrepreneur. He heads Orbital Sciences Corporation, a company he co-founded in 1982 to design, manufacture, and market a new space vehicle called the Transfer Orbit Stage. A major accomplishment has been securing $70 million, and it may be more by now, in private capital for this venture. He has a most impressive academic and professional background and experience in both government and business. David also chairs the Washington Space Business Roundtable. Bob Brumley is Deputy General Counsel of the Department of Commerce. In addition, Bob chairs the Commercial Space Working Group of the Economic Policy Council. So he has really been at the center of this administration's decision-making process on space commercialization issues. He tells me his is a free market perspective, and that the working group's role is to take business to space by reducing impediments to commercialization. John McElroy, Vice President for Technology of Hughes Communications, is a scientist and a leading national expert on space communications and remote sensing systems. Before joining Hughes in 1985, he was Assistant Administrator of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, where he was responsible for the nation's civil Earth observation satellites. Earlier, he held a wide variety of key positions in NASA. John has had firsthand experience with major privatization and commercialization projects and is thus in a very unique position to assess the results and to recommend future improvements. As part of their opening remarks, I have asked each of the panelists to address two questions. One, is there now a clear policy direction on public and private roles in the U.S. space program? And two, what are the critical philosophical, economic, political, and programmatic issues involved, and how should they be resolved? Congressman, let me turn the platform to you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to kind of wing it here for a few minutes and try to avoid taking up too much time. I enjoy participating in these affairs and the invitation from Brookings to do so because, in effect, it allows me to kind of have an opportunity for reality testing, see how far off I am from what reasonable people really think, and bring myself back to a better course. I've been very interested, as has the entire Science and Technology Committee, in this question of the relationship between public and private operations in space and what the guidelines should be. My short answer to the first question raised here is we don't have a clear understanding of what the relative roles should be, and we're kind of messing up in terms of creating a policy that will be good for the national interest, including both the national economic welfare and the national security welfare. Why do I say that? It's been clear to me for some time that in connection with a number of different areas, not only space, that we have a conflict situation in political philosophy right now between the administration and probably a majority of the Congress with regard to what is the proper role for government. And this exemplifies itself in space. What should we be doing in space and why? I would see three basic interests that compel a very large public or government interest in space. Starting with perhaps the most esoteric, space is a new frontier. New frontiers have historically been opened by collective action, not, normally speaking, by the operation of private citizens. Private citizens do the work. Christopher Columbus was a private citizen, but he was funded by Queen Isabella. When we opened up the frontier of the West, it was done by hardy, courageous American citizens of all kinds, but they went out there under a framework which laid out the rules, which provided the infrastructure, the development of the railroads, the Pony Express, the system under which you would acquire a property interest in the land, all of this under the policy leadership of the federal government. You cannot avoid having vast new frontiers opened by collective action, recognizing that collective action always is a combination of government leadership and private initiative and enterprise. Now, what do we do about space? I think we're moving in that direction, but we do not yet have that collective sense that this is a vast new frontier with possibilities far exceeding even that offered by the New World. And to say nothing of opening up of the West to the United States. These were both expansions into a finite universe. Space is an expansion into an infinite universe with untold promise. It only requires vision and leadership to capitalize on it. That vision and leadership has to be at least coordinated, has to be encouraged by a framework of collective action which can only be done by the government. Number one. Second issue about space. There is no real question in this administration of the federal role with regard to the support of basic research, basic science. They've been very good about it, as a matter of fact. Space and its exploration is the ultimate in the development of new knowledge for utilization by the human society. It is an unparalleled opportunity to explore new knowledge. The Hubble telescope, if we get it up, will be the most powerful scientific tool we've ever created. Everything we've done up to now has produced expansion of human knowledge such as you would never believe. Of course, this is a part of the concept of a new frontier, but it's a new frontier of the mind, of the spirit. And the federal role here and in this case quite consistent with, I think, the philosophy of this administration, needs to be and should be one of very, very strong support. Now, there is a third area, and this has to do with the strategic, the economic and military welfare of the United States. Space and our continued leadership is absolutely indispensable to this. The military knows this, and of course this has resulted in what has been a vast expansion in the military role in space. What hasn't been so well developed is the economic contribution that space can make, and it's, in my opinion here, we are rapidly losing the leadership that we started with. And this bothers me. But there is, it seems to be, no question that the economic and military security of the United States and leadership of the United States depends upon a policy which is both visionary in many ways and yet very practical in other ways, which is pragmatic in the sense that it relies upon the interaction of a lot of resources in our society, which is not dogmatic about what should be done by government or private enterprise, but looks at what we're trying to achieve and puts together the best possible way of achieving it. And I don't think we're doing that. I understand from looking at the program that the issue of military versus civilian development was discussed this morning, and what we've seen over the last several years, of course, is a very large development of military space. It's now about twice as large as civilian. Relatively little spin-off from this into the economic sectors. There is some, but not as much as I would like. A decline in the emphasis that we give to civilian development and all of the beneficial fallouts that can occur. What we need is not so much in all of these concepts that I've enunciated, exploration of frontiers, development of new knowledge, and the strategic welfare of the United States. What we need is not so much government preemption. We need government leadership. We need a willingness on the part of the government to provide a framework in which we can unleash the resources and the energy and the drive of all sectors of this society, and we're not getting it. Let me give you two examples where I think we've goofed, and I'll stop. Satellite telecommunications. We entered this with practically a monopoly of the field. An existing market, we set up an appropriate mechanism to tap this market, ComSat. We then said, we've done our part, let's get out of the business, and NASA essentially for a period withdrew from work having to do with advanced satellite telecommunications R&D. We now have a program to get back in, the ACTS program. The administration is ambivalent about it. They don't want to fund it, the advanced communication satellite technology. In the meantime, ComSat's going down the tubes. They're not keeping up with what's happening around the rest of the world. They're not able to compete with new developments that are going on. And we're going to lose a multi-billion, multi-hundreds of billion-dollar market if we're not very careful. And it's purely because the federal role has not been properly defined and has not been carefully and vigorously executed. We are going to have another situation very similar to that in the Earth observing business, where we pioneered this with Landsat. We spun that off to EUSat. We're ambivalent about supporting the contract that we made with EUSat. And in the meantime, the French, the Japanese, and you name it, are going ahead with an Earth observation program, which is going to create a market that is far larger than any of us can envision today. You know, we're thinking in terms of, well, what is the market for 30-meter, 20-meter resolution, spectral data, and this and that range and so forth. What if you had absolute complete spectral coverage at 1-meter resolution and 12-hour turnaround on delivery? What would the market be there? We haven't even explored that. And that's technically feasible. There's nobody trying to put that together or provide leadership. There are a lot of imaginative people who would like to see it out there in private industry, but the government is, again, paranoid about this situation and is not cooperating in a way that would give the leadership that's necessary. Well, the whole program is replete with that. So I'm saying we don't necessarily need a bigger role. The role is already very, very big. We need a better role than we have, one with more vision, more insight, more leadership, more courage to keep us in the position of world leadership that we ought to be. Thank you.
Thank you. David?
Well, good afternoon. I'll address the same issue of public versus private roles in space from a different perspective, but I'm afraid I'll come to very much the same conclusion, namely that the commercial development of space, which until as recently as a few years ago looked like it offered the potential for creating a new sunrise sector of our economy, today appears much less promising. Let me start with a little bit of background. During most of the almost 30-year history now of our space program, the question of sorting out public versus private roles and responsibilities was a relatively straightforward one. The space program had evolved naturally from the Cold War and had adopted the aerospace industry's command economy structure, in which the federal government directed, funded, and used nearly all the space systems, and private companies acted as the design bureaus and the manufacturing arms of the government. As described by Walter McDougall in his very excellent book, The Heavens and the Earth, which I commend to you if you haven't seen it, this kind of structure is a long way from the free enterprise capitalism and laissez-faire government attitudes that were dominant in most other sections of our national economy. In fact, to quote Fortune magazine, which described this situation in a 1969 article, "The sociology of space is a new kind of government-industrial complex in which each interpenetrates the other so much that it is often hard to tell which is which." Well, the only significant exception to this pattern was commercial communication satellites, which over the past 20 years, as I think you all know, have developed into a multi-billion-dollar per year business. But even in this case, the government provided several necessary prerequisites to successful private investment and development. The government provided the basic technology in terms of hundreds of millions of dollars of R&D investment by NASA and the Defense Department. The government provided a certain amount of market guarantee in the early critical years of the industry's development. The government provided infrastructure and logistics support, as in the launch vehicles developed and operated by the government for communication satellite companies. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, the government in the early days and continuing until fairly recently provided a strong measure of stability in policy through mechanisms such as the Communications Satellite Act and a very active National Aeronautics and Space Council in the White House. But if we put aside for a minute this one exception, which from a business standpoint is the only easy one, there are no more easy ones, our space program has developed for 3 decades with a remarkably anomalous relationship between the government and private industry compared to most of the rest of American society. The most successful entrepreneurs in the rocket business so far were employed by the government, not by the Ace Rocket Company or some of its competitors. In fact, the best example of this is Dr. Wernher von Braun, who used on the U.S. government a maneuver that he had originated and practiced on the German government before and during World War II, what has been called by William Bainbridge the so-called military detour. You can sort of imagine how this works. You simply convince the policymakers that a serious threat to national security requires more powerful rockets, and you get more powerful rockets. Well, it worked as well in America in the 1960s as it did in Germany in the 1940s, and the proof is that 12 Americans walked on the moon, and I think that's pretty substantial proof. The roles of government and industry reflected this strange pattern in the space business, which starkly contrasts with the private sector's normal role in taking the initiative to develop new systems. In fact, let's compare the space industry today to its closest earthbound analog, the domestic aircraft manufacturing industry, at the same point in the latter's evolution. Well, this year marks the 25th anniversary of the first manned space flights of 1961, and we still largely operate the government-private sector relationship in space according to the command economy model. Today's space industry is dominated by a dozen or so large government contractors. The structure is not conducive to product innovation, cost reduction, or market expansion. But in the aircraft industry in 1928, which was 25 years after the Wright brothers' first powered flight, The American aircraft industry was nothing like today's space industry. The aircraft industry in 1928 was an industry of some 300 companies making airplanes, not parts of airplanes, but 300 companies making airplanes. And they used a wonderful diversity of manufacturing techniques and design approaches and financial structures. An industry whose creativity and diversity and competitive spirit put the U.S. ahead in most of the critical areas of aeronautical technology, and it's a good thing, too, because World War II was just around the corner. Even then, the largest part of the market was the government. They accounted for typically 75% of the sales of a firm, but not like today, where the government accounts for almost 95% of sales in the space business. The industry did consolidate during the early 1930s, but it still retained its free enterprise origins. Well, with this background, where are we today and in what direction are we headed with respect to private enterprise in space? Well, in the last 5 years, as new technologies have become available and new markets have been perceived, and as government policy regarding private sector initiatives has been announced, there's been a great deal of excitement about the potential for commercial development of space. And I think that's good, because if we really want to exploit space, to drive down the cost of doing things in space, and to expand the applications of space, then I believe the best way to do it is to couple the entrepreneurial spirit with large sources of risk capital, which historically have been this country's most powerful engine of economic progress. Well, in the midst of all this excitement, a number of very positive policies were announced by both the legislative and the executive branches, and I'd like to quote four of them, beginning in July 1982 with President Reagan, who said, quote, "The United States government will encourage a climate conducive to private investment and involvement in space." Well, that sounds like a pretty good start. About 2 years later, the Congress declared in Public Law 98-361, the 1985 amendment to the National Aeronautics and Space Act of 1958, that, quote, "The general welfare of the United States requires that the National Aeronautics and Space Administration seek and encourage, to the maximum extent possible, the fullest commercial use of space." Well, this is really starting to sound good to an entrepreneur. Well, it kept going. The same month, July 1984, quoting President Reagan again in his national policy on the commercial use of space, quote, "Since commercial developments in space often require many years to reach the production phase, entrepreneurs will receive assurances of consistent government actions and policies over long periods of time." Fine, keep going. One more. In October 1984, the administrator of NASA, in releasing his own agency's commercial use of space policy, promised, quote, "NASA will implement initiatives to reduce the technical, financial, and institutional risk associated with doing business in space." And he went beyond that. He outlined 19 discrete changes to NASA operations and provided a schedule for implementation of these changes. Well, it certainly appeared to everyone, appeared to me anyway at that time, that the government's policy was pretty clear. And given the high potential for both adventure and profit that space offered, the private sector responded in both words and deeds. Private investment in commercial space ventures surged from about $24 million in 1980 and $34 million in 1981 to $70 million in 1982 and $173 million in 1983. New space businesses accounted for almost three-quarters of the latter figure in 1983. Well, the risk capital markets turned down a little bit in 1984, but nonetheless, fully $80 million more private capital came into private space companies that year as well. So it looked like we were off to a pretty good start in terms of private investment. Well, practitioners and observers alike were bullish on the future of commercial space at that point, as these three examples demonstrate. Quote, the space industry will generate between $20 and $65 billion a year in revenues by the year 2000, predicted the Center for Space Policy, a space consulting group, pointing to materials processing and manufacturing in space as the most exciting new segments of this industry. Quote, space tourism will be the growth industry of the early 21st century. NASA's Advanced Programs Director, a widely regarded technological futurist, forecasted. And finally, quote, current growth rates in capital formation would indicate that by 1987, approximately $1 billion per year will be invested by private sources in commercial space projects, said a space company executive who had just raised $50 million in one of the largest research and development partnerships in history. So just 2 or 3 years ago, it looked like the industry was on the launch pad and all the systems were go. Well, now here we are. It's almost 1987, and our visions of sugar plums have remained just that, visions. And I guess we have to ask the question, why? Well, let me return to that last quotation for a minute, the one by the space industry fellow. That prediction of capital investment in space was made in March 1984, about 2.5 years ago, and I was the one that made it. I specified, however, 3 conditions on which the prediction depended. First, continued strength in the risk capital markets, and I think we've largely satisfied that condition. Second, continued innovative activity by entrepreneurs and private corporations. I think we've done okay in that regard. And finally, continued vigorous support of space commercialization by the administration and Congress. Whoa, stop right there. I think we may have found the problem. We've heard the policy statements, and they're good, but we've seen precious little in the last 2.5 years in the way of implementing those policies, especially on the part of the executive branch, especially on the part of the 2 agencies in the executive branch, the Defense Department and NASA, that dominate space. And I think that's the principal reason commercial space ventures are, in many cases today, drying up and blowing away. And I think it's a more important reason for our setbacks than the Challenger accident or subsequent launch vehicle failures. Let's look at specifically how well the government has followed through on implementing its policies in this area. Recently, Mr. Bud Evans, who many of you know, the former director of the White House Task Force on Space Commercialization, and until about a year ago, Deputy Assistant Administrator in the Office of Commercial Programs at NASA, offered his own assessment at a Washington Space Business Roundtable luncheon. Bud said, first, of the White House's 13 initiatives from the July 1984 policy, only 1 has been fully implemented as of this time, almost 2.5 years later. Second, of NASA's 19 initiatives of October 1984, only 6 have been completely implemented, and those are offset partially by regression in 4 areas covered by the policy compared to the pre-1984 time. And finally, one that where there is no specific policy, but by far the largest agency in space, the Department of Defense appears to have no commercial space policy, and as far as many can tell, has no plans to put one in place. And that's really a shame, because there is, in fact, a very proud tradition in this country through the aircraft industry of the Defense Department working very closely with industry to stimulate new product development and innovation. So the record of implementation doesn't look very good, even in Bud Evans' assessment, which some people would argue is somewhat charitable. So I also believe we're on the verge of a major policy failure, because the commercial development of space currently suffers from a lack of leadership and advocacy within the federal government, particularly within the executive branch. I personally don't know one government official of adequate authority and influence who is really pushing commercial space enterprises, say at the level of a cabinet officer or an agency head, and who really wants to see this happen. If you do, please give me his name. I need to talk to him. I do know many lower-level and mid-level managers in the government who are trying hard to make it happen, but without top-level leadership, they can't succeed. I also know many lower and mid-level government managers who are uncertain or perhaps negative about an expanded role for the private sector in space. They're uncomfortable going beyond the command bureaucracy model, the command economy model, that we've lived with now for almost 3 decades. So let me conclude by saying that I believe the private sector's roles and responsibilities in space must increase, or we are in, as a country, for many more disappointments than we've seen even this year in our space future. The command economy model, which was originally developed as far back as World War I to allow democratic countries to fight a life-and-death struggle, and which sort of mutated or was transplanted to the Cold War environment of the 1950s, must give way to a more equal role for private enterprise in space. America's future as a militarily secure, economically competitive, and governmentally free spacefaring nation demands no less. Thank you.
Hopefully from one of those mid-level people David was talking about. I'll give you a little bit of an overview as far as what my answer would be to question number 1, and that is whether or not we have a clear and concise policy and how successful it has been. First of all, in terms of the policy, the quotes that David came here with today, I fully subscribe to. I know the President fully subscribes to the policy. Certainly Secretary Baldridge at the Commerce Department does. But you have to put the policies in context. And unfortunately, the context of those kinds of policies in a growth industry like the commercial industry, as David has laid out, is in the post- and pre-Challenger context. The efforts by the administration in the executive to capitalize and encourage commercialization of not only space but also space-related industries, infrastructure businesses, and within the administration to encourage, say, the Department of Defense or NASA to listen to the concerns of the business community have been real. There is an advocate and there is a spokesman. Just the other day I had someone talking to me about the commercial transportation issue, and they said they understood what NASA had, what role NASA played in that, and they understood what role the Department of Transportation played in that, but they couldn't understand what the Department of Commerce was doing in it. I told that individual that it just so happens that my client, Secretary Baldridge, happens to be the cabinet officer who advises the President on behalf of the business community. And there's nothing special about your sector as opposed to the textile sector or the steel workers or anybody else. You have an advocate. It is the Secretary of Commerce. He's a former CEO. He understands what a business plan is all about. And the number one agenda item he came here, as far as he is concerned, to implement is to identify impediments, government-imposed impediments to your business plans, eliminate those impediments where he can, and whether it be in trade policy, antitrust policy, product liability policy, or policies which do not encourage or create an environment in which you want to invest in space or any other sector of the economy, identify them and recommend to the President of the United States to eliminate them. And he has done that. He has led the fight in terms of antitrust policy and certainly in product liability. Those policies benefit the commercial space sector just as much as they benefit the manufacturing and the services sector. But as to the specifics of advocacy for commercial space, the policies that the President has laid out since '81 are just that. They're policies based on his vision of where this country should go in all areas of space activity: national security, foreign policy, science, research and development, and commercialization. I find it very interesting, and I think I can agree with both the Congressman and David, to say that where the Congressman feels we haven't had enough of an emphasis or enough of capitalization in fundamental research and development in the last year or so, although we've had a decent track record up to that point, and at the same time we've had an enormous emphasis in the last couple of years on commercialization, what you hear from both of them is what we hear within the administration, and that is there is a cost-benefit analysis going on now as to what are the priorities in space. And that cost-benefit analysis stems from the Challenger accident. It has forced us to take a look at our priorities. Dr. Fletcher told you that this morning. It has forced us to look at all those visionary policies that the President has put forward, and those of us charged to implement those policies in terms of programs, both within the executive and dollars within the Congress and in the private sector in the sense of ideas, have to decide, what do we want to do? Where shall we spend precious resources? How shall we spend them and move this country forward in space leadership? In terms of commercialization, because I don't want to get into research and development, because I think the track record for this administration has been outstanding there. There is a database in R&D that not only NASA owns and controls, but also the Patent Office at the Commerce Department, as well as the National Bureau of Standards, as well as an office that we have at Commerce called the Office of Productivity, Technology, and Innovation. Those offices have pushed very hard for an innovative technology transfer bill which will allow publicly owned technologies, patentable technologies, to be transferred to you, the private sector, for commercial purposes, whether they have an application in space or whether they have an application here at home. It's available to you. And when that bill is passed in the House and the Senate and the President signs it into law, that is a non-sectoral tool which will help you further participate in space if you choose to do so. But as to commercial space activities, the Commercial Space Working Group, which I chair on behalf of the Secretary, was established to look at impediments imposed by government, not in terms of policies, but in terms of actual impediments that you run into when you deal with the Department of Defense or NASA or DOT or Commerce or anyone else, that makes you, when you walk out of the building, shake your head saying, they just don't understand. They don't understand that why do I have to spend an enormous amount of R&D to build a power supply where the existing technology is already on the shelf, just because their scientists want it 3x3 as opposed to it being 2x4? I don't understand their procurement practices when they favor the big boys over the little boys, the entrepreneurs who've just come into the marketplace who want and need that government contract and can actually build on that government contract for more innovation, more research and development, and new products and materials. I don't understand when I am told in government agencies that I have to have a, quote, track record before I can even be listened to, or I have to play ball their way before I have any credibility. I don't understand when I go to a private investor trying to get money to participate in my project to be told by the private investor, is there confidence in you either within the government or the government programs? Can I call somebody to get a reference? That and those are the types of impediments, in addition to the non-sectoral impediments, as I mentioned before, government procurement practices, antitrust policy, the insurance problem, affordability, availability, whether or not tax incentives can be created or are provided to you to encourage investment in this area, that the administration and particularly the Secretary of Commerce in the working group was charged to look at. And we did look at those. We submitted a report to the Economic Policy Council identifying 14 major areas that we felt needed administration action. Unfortunately, in the pre- and the post-Challenger context, that report was delivered on January the 28th. And it was also delivered the morning of, and in discussion with the EPC staff, we decided that the most pressing, critical issue to be decided in terms of space, whether it be national security or commercial interest, was whether or not we should replace the Challenger and how were we going to go about doing it and the policies that would stem from that. As you know, August the 15th, as Dr. Fletcher indicated here today, that was done. That decision has been made. But involved in that decision, we had an opportunity, as those in the trade say, we had a window of opportunity to spin in some commercial concerns. And the fruit of that commercial activity in that issue is now there's a chance to deliver on a promise that the President also made a cornerstone of his policy back in 1982 and again in 1984, and that's to foster the development of an expendable launch vehicle industry which is purely private. That is delivering as much on the vision of the President that there be a balanced mixed fleet so that we'll have a capability, both you in access to space at a weight and a price that you feel comfortable with and not one dictated by the government, and at the same time in a way where you still have access to that special transportation system provided for where man or the unique capabilities of the shuttle are important. The two are not mutually exclusive. The two only represent one thing, and that is in that area the government is no longer going to compete with the private sector unless it fails to take advantage of the opportunity. If it doesn't, and we'll know by 1987, I can assure you it's an opportunity lost, and the government will review the policy before probably the Challenger flies again, or the replacement of the Challenger flies, and you will have a different policy, because policies as they are elastic. And policies stem from your concerns expressed through your advocate, both within the executive and in the Congress. As to the second part of the question, what are our goals and what should the goals be? The goal, I told Annette when we talked earlier, when I volunteered to do this, that I brought a free market philosophy to this. That should not frighten anybody in terms of what the administration views as a free market philosophy and encouraging commercial use of space. It should actually encourage you in one respect, and that is we believe at the Department of Commerce, and Secretary Baldridge has spoken on other issues very clearly, that government is a lousy business partner. We're a good partner in research and development, and we're an excellent, in conjunction with the Congress, partner in terms of source of seed money for R&D. But when it comes to a time where you need us as a reliable partner for a commercial venture upon which you're basing a business plan and have to deliver a product in sufficient quantities and in sufficient quality to either be responsive to the consuming public or your stockholders, we are not reliable. We waste resources. We like to do it the best way possible as opposed to maybe the most cost-effective way possible. And that difference is the difference between you making a profit and you going in the hole. Now, I know all of you want, as David wants, to commercialize space, but I don't think that should be a burden akin to doing the Lord's work for the government just to go to space under the rubric of commercialization. I think you want to go to space based on what your concerns and your needs are, what your definition of what commercialization should be, and that government should be there to say, I will provide a service to you. I will get you there if you require the shuttle. I will encourage you to fly on an expendable launch vehicle if you require that. I will do something in terms of tax policy. I will try and do something in terms of procurement practices. I will do something in terms of such as automating the patent office so you have access to solid patent data to protect your own patents in space. But don't ask me as a government to step inside your boardroom or inside your mind and dictate to you, draw out for you what your business plan should be. Because I'm willing to do it, and I will do it if I am not restrained. And what you will get is, instead of, say, as an example of the space station, a station which has fundamental services through the provision of power, light, water, transportation, and presence, continued presence. You might get a space station like that, which is a very cost-effective type space station, or you may get a space station that is large and wide and represents a very political philosophy as well as a philosophy of growth, all things to all people, which as a consumer and as a person trying to meet a business plan has a very difficult time justifying investment in such a large-scale enterprise when you have yet to determine whether or not you even have a market for your product. One is called the condominium concept. The other one is called the foothold. And I think when the President called for a space station, and I believe Dr. Fletcher also said something about that today, we're looking at a foothold. And once we have a foothold, we have to look to the private sector, to you, to expand on it and tell us where you want to go with it. If we do it any other way, we are telling you how to make your products, how to sell them, and that, quite candidly, at least in this administration, is a waste of resources, a waste of assets, and will frustrate commercialization in the long run. Last point, the Payne Report. The Payne Report is an outstanding document, personally. That's my personal opinion. I think it's very visionary. Unfortunately, it hasn't been discussed enough in this forum. It needs to be discussed, and it will be discussed. But when it is discussed, let me leave you with a footnote, a frame of reference in the discussion, because it keys into both these questions. What is the role of government in the private sector for the next 50 years? Once you define that in your own minds as to what it should be, put it up against the Payne Report and see what the National Commission on Space would like us to do and what we have the resources, the assets, and the interest of doing. Because only then, when you do that type of analysis, will you have a clear idea as to the direction in which we're going. If you instead view at the Payne Report simply as one that asks for increased money for not only NASA but other government agencies to push the envelope back in name of, in part, commercial expansion in space, you've done yourself a disservice. Because we no longer at the Commerce Department accept the idea that everybody here wants to go to space based on the government's business plan. We think it's the other way around.
Let me open by saying I'm going to say some critical things about government policymaking. They're not directed, however, at the efforts to remove impediments in the processing of procurements or such things like that. I think those are all commendable things to be done. I just don't think they address the principal issues facing our space program. An objective observer could look at our space policy process and characterize the relationship between government and industry as hopeless. And perhaps that would be a succinct way to, for the fourth speaker on this panel, simply to state that, make that comment and quit. If asked or pressed to add to that comment, the person might add quite hopeless, and it would still be an adequate description of the state of affairs. Let me pose a question to you that I think is a rather important one, and it's a question which has not been raised very strongly yet, although Congressman Brown certainly did as his third point in his set of points, but I want to raise it more explicitly, more directly, and dump it in your lap and wait for the hoots and hollers, because I think I was almost booed off the stage at an AIAA meeting when I raised it. By the way, Congressman Brown, one of the commentaries on our space policy apparatus in this town, one of the perhaps sad commentaries is the only source of real continuity those of us in the space business have found has been in the committee which he has both chaired and served on. That's the one place in Washington where you can go and have an audience which understands what's going on and is there day in, day out working the issue. Everyone else changes with remarkable rapidity. The question I want to pose to you is an objective of our civil space program the pursuit of national economic benefit? I don't want any fuzz on it. I don't want any secondary benefits. I want to know, is that something we are pursuing? I will not take that we go to Mars to discover Teflon. I will not take that we discover new frying pans of a different variety by building tiles for the shuttle. I want you to think in your own mind whether a purpose of our civil space program is economic benefit or not. Now, if it is, then it would seem that the $8 billion, which John Logsdon quite properly said is enough money to fund a very commendable space program, should have some identifiable fraction devoted to the pursuit of economic benefit, direct economic benefit. Well, that's a question which our policy-making apparatus has a lot of difficulty with. Certainly, human exploration is not controversial in Washington. It may be that it is such a motherhood statement that we just don't challenge it ever, so that sort of flies through as an article of faith. The pursuit of space science is taken as an article of faith, perhaps because very few people can really understand what's going on in the magnetopause anyhow, but nevertheless, they take that as an article of faith. Pity the poor person who comes forward and says, however, I have a space application, because that is instant death in our current system. Because it provides the bean counters and OMB the instant capability to say, well, therefore there's a beneficiary, therefore we must not under any circumstances do that. So if you look at our policy-making process and you say, what are the useful practical activities that can be conducted in space, we can all enumerate them rather easily. You can do satellite communications. It's a tall tower, that's all that space is. A nice, large, tall relay tower to get down to a large variety of areas. You can look down from that tall tower and see things. Now, beyond that, the number of practical things that are demonstrably good are rather few. But where is our space investment and our civil space program being placed? Is it in helping us to do that? No, unfortunately it's not. Is it helping us to get economically up on top of that tall tower? The ELV has been raised as a policy triumph in some circles. Basically, though, let's face it, what's happened on the expendable launch vehicle is the policy decision is a sigh of relief to say that, gee, we don't have to worry about that anymore. That's someone else's responsibility. Assured access to space is a private matter. It's not a matter of national concern. So we can walk away from that. From a perspective of a person as a user of the space infrastructure, as opposed to a group which is participating in the manufacture of space infrastructure, the users of space infrastructure have found their launch costs will basically be doubled by the current policy decision. Now, rightly or wrongly, maybe we can take the righteous perspective that they should have been paying that all along, that was wrong for them to have won out on these cheap shuttle rides. But nevertheless, the cost of doing business in space, as reflected by the launch vehicles, has essentially been doubled, or will double in the very near future. Now, we have promises that the magic of the private sector, and I certainly believe in that, will reduce those costs back down below where they are in the shuttle today, or were until the Challenger happened. Well, I sincerely hope so. But is that really going to be the case, and how many of you really believe that? How many believe that the aerospace plane is going to really be the most economical way to get into orbit? Hope it does. Track record ain't good. The other characteristic of the ELV decision, which I think is a rather important one to think about, is what have we really done there? Have we transferred the responsibility to the private sector? Well, those of us who've looked at launch vehicle economics, at least some of us, say no, that isn't the case. What you've really done is you've transferred it to Ariane, and we're a heavy user at Hughes Communications of Ariane, probably will be more so in the future. And in the United States boundaries, you've transferred it not to the private sector, but to the Department of Defense. Because it is the actions of the Department of the Defense that will determine whether or not there's a viable ELV system in the United States. And in particular, the upcoming MLV competition, the outcome of that is going to dictate what launch vehicles are available. And it won't be the private market which drives that. It's the Air Force market. And I think that's a fact of life. Notice that our investment in infrastructure in the past has not led to practical applications in general from our civil space program. That's something which we tend to take as an article of faith. But if you look at the history of the weather satellites, for example, the roots of that program come out of the Department of Defense. A classified RAND study in the late 1940s, an early military program that was run out of Fort Monmouth, that after NASA was formed was finally transferred to NASA. The origins were not within NASA. The weather satellites today use a military bus as their basic spacecraft design and share a joint production line with the Department of Defense. That has a lot stronger roots in the military program than it ever does in Gemini, Mercury, Apollo, Space Lab, Space Shuttle, and so forth. The roots go down a different path. So in the sense, the ELVs are simply returning to their natural parent anyhow, because obviously the Thor Delta, the Atlas, the Titan, those are basically military vehicles. On this morning's program, the only person who really spoke strongly of space applications was the Brigadier General sitting up here in the seat I think that I'm sitting in. There's where practical applications are real. Dr. Fletcher, I'm sure, was pressed for time, but you may have noticed the absence of any reference to space applications, except that he said commercial applications are not likely to be hurt too badly by the upcoming manifest. But beyond that, he said nothing about space applications. If we look at the other applications of space beyond the ones which have already been mentioned, satellite communications is one which is the most obvious example. The ACTS program, which is ongoing, is certainly an example of federal sponsorship of high-risk R&D. If you go beyond that, you find you have Earth observations as your next candidate. The tortuous path by which the Earth observations has gone through the policy mill is probably a good novel for someone to write. I have the early chapters of that. Bill Bishop, Warren Nichols, Bill Kilroy, others can fill in the later chapters, but it might be interesting whether or not that's an appropriate case study for management students. A professor once came to me and asked me for access to our records on that subject and said he'd like to do a case study for management. And I gave him access to the records and I allowed him to peruse at will through everything we had. And at the end I asked him one question. That question was, what lesson are you hoping that your students of management will draw from this example? He chose, after some cogitation on that, to decide it really wasn't an appropriate thing to dump on the sensitive ears of students. The materials processing in space is the next illustration of a potential application in space. For some of us, there's this lingering suspicion that the reason it receives so much attention from the NASA system is that it's the only application which fits the space station architecture as currently conceived. Certainly I've seen no business plan which shows it to be a viable activity, at least not for some time to come. So where does that leave us? Space communications, Earth observations. We have the ACTS program in space communications and Earth observations. Only time will tell what budget is finally applied to that. But Earth observations has an annoying characteristic to it. And that characteristic is one which, again, paralyzes our policymaking body because it mixes public and private goods. There is a definite, vital role that Landsat data will and can play. There is a very important role that it currently plays. And contrary to any statements you hear from whatever officials that allude to mysterious other data, the Landsat plays a very, very important role. What are we going to put into it? Well, NASA, of course, has said that even to fund seed money on a next-generation sensor, that's not their business. The debate goes on right now in the Office of Management and Budget, and I'm sure we'll be joined on the Hill over whether or not that venture should continue. The mixture of public and private goods, though, makes it extraordinarily difficult for our policymakers because it is not popular to recognize that there is a government role in anything these days. It's best just to say, well, if it's good, it will stand on its own in a pure private sector venture. I think Congress will eventually prevail in this and provide the outcome which is in the national interest. If it doesn't, certainly there's no other source of sound, constructive advice. But all of these things illustrate a major problem for business in dealing with the government. And that is the sine qua non of all of our relationships to government must be predicated on long-term, consistent policies. No business can deal with the ups and downs of the Landsat case or the canceling of satellite communications R&D, the rebirth of satellite communications R&D, the repeated attempt to cancel it again, and so forth. It breeds uncertainty. It breeds waste of time and energy on everyone's part. You just cannot live in that sort of environment. Not if you're in as we are now, a publicly owned corporation that has to report on a bottom line. So my concerns then, to wrap this up, are not of the impediments in the procurement process, although those are real and they certainly have to be addressed. But they are of whether or not we will set up a national objective of explicitly going after national economic gain. John Logsdon mentioned that the Europeans spend far less than the United States does in space. The Japanese do so as well. It isn't the net sum that makes a difference. It's how well the funds are targeted. And is your objective to go after improving your nation's industrial capability, or is it only to go after human adventure in space, which is a legitimate but different objective? So long-term, consistent policy objectives supporting economic gain are missing in our system. It could be that that's just the fact of life. Maybe that just has to be. I would hope that it's not. Thank you.
Well, I would like to thank each one of our panelists for some very interesting opening remarks. Let me first invite our panelists to react and comment to each other before we open it up. Pass? Pass? They have all passed, and turn it over to you. So let me see who would like to ask the first question.
Thank you. My name is John Blevin. I'm Chief Executive Officer of the Center for Finance. We have yet another center around here today. But I'm appearing before you here today as President of the Space Commerce Roundtable of New York. I listened with a great deal of interest to your deliberations today, but I'm the financial type, and I like to put down figures and add them up and see how it all fits together. Yesterday I was in Tampa at a meeting of the National Defense Transportation Association, where we were dealing with the very difficult issues of the strategic mobility of this country. And I chaired a panel called Economics, a Critical Issue. And it's very significant that they finally put a financial man on and designated it as a critical issue. I notice here today that there are no financial people on the panel. And I am worried, if we talk the commercial use of space, if we have not analyzed and come up with solutions to those impediments that are sitting out there that make it difficult, if not impossible, to finance the commercial use of space. 2 years ago, I monitored a panel at the Cape. David, you were with me down there. And we did analyze the impediments to the commercial use of space. I spent a long time writing a paper in which we made suggestions and solutions. Between that point and this time, I think circumstances have made the ability to finance far, far more difficult, if not impossible. And I believe the question I'm trying to ask is, how can we hope to succeed in the commercial use unless we do take these serious financial problems and work on them? I'll mention briefly just 3 today. There's been much talk of the critical state of insurance for payloads in space, but I have seen no talk about business interruption insurance. Certainly, as we go forward, if one is financing, say, $250 million project, and you run into a 2-year delay, such as NASA is letting people look at today, interest alone would totally kill that corporation if it had to wait 2 years before it could launch that vehicle. I've had discussions with this. I was told when I brought it up last time I was being a terrible nuisance, and that really the government would fly it, and I think circumstances have shown that to be otherwise. The second thing I'd mention is the increasing time between an investment and the potential profit, which probably makes commercial space ventures uncompetitive with other ventures despite long-term potential profits. That is, if a investment is not going to bring fruition until some 10 years or so from the time the initial investment is made, the net present value of that investment is 0 if you use a 10% rate of return to analyze it with. And that's got to, in our society, stand up against other investments which have a much higher rate of return when analyzed on that basis. Third is the argument between the expendable launch vehicles and the shuttle. And I've read a lot of courses on this, and maybe I'm uninformed on it, but I don't see an analysis having been done of the impact of what we're doing. Maybe we're doing the right thing or not. I'm not opining as to whether we're doing the right thing, but I haven't seen the economic analysis done to see what impact these decisions will have on the long-range commercial use of space, if in fact we're going to drive the cost of the return vehicle to a point where it's uneconomic for our society to use, then perhaps we've made a mistake. And in all of the costs between the expendable launch vehicle and the shuttle, I don't see any careful consideration given to the fact, and I don't think the economics begin to ring until we carefully look at the fact that we are not alone out there, that we are trying to maintain a position in an industry against other countries with their vehicles whose economics are not driven by the same economic forces of our country. That is, they may have the objective of building an industry, of maintaining employment, and support that industry based on those very economic factors. If we don't have a level playing field, if we have to expect our industry to compete against an industry that is subsidized in this area, we have lost the battle, and we will abdicate yet another industry to space. So that I would like to emphasize the importance, if we do not have access to the financial communities to finance the commercial use of space, we may not have a commercial use of space. Thank you.
Can I take a shot at least the last question he was talking about? Dealing with the ELV shuttle decision, the commercialization of ELVs, the economic analysis was done. It was not only done in the context of what the capability domestically and internationally was to provide the service, but also what the impact would be on the communication satellite manufacturers, such as Hughes, as well as the user community, as well as the owner-operators as well as the individuals who have a lot of sunk money in the, say, the PAM D2. Those considerations were folded into the policy, and it's interesting at this point, on the other point that he made about there's no financial people up here. I don't speak from a financial background myself. I speak on behalf of the department, but the department itself has the financial community as representative within it. And the assets I draw on support of my staff work not only cover manufacturing, but the service industries as well. So the economic part of the issue on question number 3 about ELVs and shuttles was fully explored. Another aspect is what's happened in the last year. The Commercial Space Working Group has moved from the National Security Council, where all space policy used to be made. I mean, this is not an insignificant event. It's been moved to the Economic Policy Council. The membership on the National Security Council is driven by, quite accurately, quite appropriately, a single theme. When you come up in the National Security Council with an issue that is driven by economics and commercialization, you lose 9 times out of 10, and appropriately so, because you have to face the foreign policy and national security realities that are played out in there. Number 2 is your access as a community. You don't have access to the National Security Council staff unless you're invited in. The Economic Policy Council is representative of those departments and agencies that deal with economic issues. There are players now who are concerned about your area in that council dealing with space issues who've never had a chance to play in this area before. And I use play because Dr. Fletcher used play a few weeks ago. We are in that area now. The energy department's in the area, the agriculture department's in the area, commerce, transportation, the Justice Department. OMB is in both, by the way. CEA, the Council of Economic Advisors. Those who decide the goals and policies of the economic health on behalf of the executive are dealing with space issues. So the financial concerns, Treasury, tax, the financial concerns that deal with your industry are, at least as it related to that ELV issue and the shuttle issue and future space issues, are going to be discussed in a forum where they understand the business aspect of what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'd like to add 1 or 2 things to what Bob said, because I think he's pointed out an important point with the movement of these space issues into the Economic Policy Council. I think that council can provide the impetus to do what I think we should have done a year or 2 ago, and that is to finally get serious about implementing the critical elements in the President's and in NASA's commercial space policies. Now, we've had a setback for the last 9 months or so, but I think we've got to put that behind us and get serious about implementing these policies. Or let's say we're not serious and not waste anybody else's time and money on it. Also, I think the Department of Defense needs its own commercial space policy, and I think there's good precedent for it in the Air Commerce Acts that were instituted in the 1930s. And I would hope that some encouragement or direction from either the White House or Congress in the direction of the Pentagon could be made to have them take a look at those acts. A second thing I think we need is, and I think it's come up before in the context of acts and in the context of Landsat technology, is a focused, federally supported program in certain key R&D areas. And a lot of that's going to fall on NASA's shoulders, and NASA probably needs both some encouragement and some special funding in order to do that right. We need to develop a strong partnership between the government and industry instead of the adversarial relationship that exists today. And one practical way I can think to do that is to reestablish the National Aeronautics and Space Council, and to do it in a way that has significant representation on the part of the private sector on the council. And then finally, we need to continue to look to the Congress and those leaders in the Congress that have supported space activities in the past to face the difficult issue that John brought up, which is how important and objective is the economic industrial development of space. And if we conclude it's an important objective, we need funding in support of meeting that objective. So those are 4 specific things that could all happen within 6 months to a year that could really help the prospects for the commercial space business.
Mitch Waldrop, Science. This is a question for anyone who cares to address it. And it overlaps with the last question somewhat, but several speakers have mentioned this profound ambivalence that the federal apparatus has about the role between the public and the private sector. It's perfectly all right, in fact, very legitimate for the government to fund basic research and development. It certainly should not engage in commercial activities, profit-making activities, but there's this broad gray area where you take federal technology, transfer it to the private sector. You have operations that overlap, such as in Landsat. And there is where much of the trouble seems to come in. It's as if their attitude is it's either black or white, it's either public or private, there's nothing in between, and as soon as you go over some invisible boundary, wham, the axe falls. Can anyone suggest any principles or mechanisms for guidance of how to make such a transition, how to define this relationship? Is there a philosophy that you think could clarify this?
If I may comment, I don't think there is a philosophy or a rule or anything that you can use and say will determine that we'll do this in one situation and something else in another situation. I think it's a pragmatic judgment. I think we should set up a scheme for making those judgments, and that scheme should involve the participation of all of the key actors. And when we're dealing with, we'll say, a research, development, on to commercialization kind of an activity, I think you're going to need some researchers, some technical people, some business people, some government policy people. And they've got to sit down and say, well, what is the thing that we should do here that will be best for all of our interests here? Basically, best for the American economy, and reach a judgment. The first speaker made the point that if you've got a development process, it's going to take 10 years to complete. It has no value. It is of no interest to a business investor who has shorter-term payoffs available to it, particularly when that 10 years is rather indefinite anyway. It is of no interest. Now, obviously, the government is going to have to step into some of these things. For example, we're going to go into space transportation and develop the National Aerospace Plane, assuming it can be developed, because obviously nobody can be sure until we get it up to some proof of concept that it's going to pay off. What private interest would invest in a national aerospace plane for a market that's 20 years away? And yet it's essential to the commercial development of space. Those kinds of pragmatic judgments have got to be made, and where we see that we can bring something along to a stage which allows business investors to make reasonable decisions, then we should let them make those reasonable decisions and carry the ball. Before we get to that stage, we should have, using our best collective judgment, a cooperative approach to it in which basically the government is going to have to do a good share of the funding. And as I say, it's going to have to be done pragmatically. How does that fit into some sort of an ideological scheme which says government's got no business being in the development business? It doesn't fit into it. And if you've got ideologues who say, we don't want to get the government involved in anything like that, we're going to be in a policy vacuum is what it amounts to, which is where we are.
My name is Chuck Philly. I'm with Space Ventures Incorporated in Houston. And one of the ways that I've chosen to split this pie a little bit is to talk about space infrastructure, that being anything you can put into space. It seems to me that the government is available to assist in the users of space infrastructure, but not so much available to assist in the creation of space infrastructure, in that it may be a competitive activity that's going on with the government. And I sense that there is a competition going on back and forth. I think materials process, I don't know, some of the people that are in the use of space infrastructure may disagree with me, but it seems as though there is assistance available within NASA and within other elements of the government to try and assist in that realm, but not in the development of space infrastructure itself. And rather than go to the aerospace plane, I'd like to talk about a space station. Is it not possible that the space station could be built, or at least elements of it could be built by private industry without government backing?
That question wasn't a plan. I think it's entirely possible. And what you have to first come up with is you have to deal with NASA and find out what NASA on behalf of the government as to what is the purpose of the space station and answer the question that Mr. McElroy posed. Is it for economic benefit, or is it for national security benefit, or is it for foreign affairs, or what? And then once you answer those two questions, the shape and the size, the configuration can stem from that. And if it looks like it's for economic development, then the assets of the government will be allocated accordingly, and possibly there would be a role for the private sector to not just be a bidder on a configuration, but also be a competitor as far as being able to put up their own system. If it is for something else, then there are legitimate national, international considerations that play into it, and there's a greater justification, at least in this administration, for expending funds for national security or for foreign policy than for partnership in commercial space ventures or any commercial venture. So I guess what I'm saying is yes, after we find out what are we going to use, what is the number one or number two item priority that the space station will fulfill.
Take this gentleman in the front and then in the back. Go ahead.
Congressman, in some of your remarks, it seemed apparent that you were dissatisfied with I guess it's NASA, in their support for both advanced R&D in the area of communications and in the area of Earth resources. I want to ask you a question I asked Dr. Fletcher this morning, which had to do with the space sciences. And the question was, are you satisfied that the institutional arrangements are right? And is it simply a matter of policy, or is it possible that we don't quite have the right institutional arrangement to carry out some of these policies? The particular examples I used with Fletcher is maybe you could split off OSSA as an independent agency or give some of the other agencies, like the National Science Foundation, substantially more responsibility than they've had in the past.
Well, I think those alternatives probably could be looked at, but I haven't looked at them enough to be in a position to advocate it. Office of Space Science and Applications takes up about 20% of the budget of NASA. In my opinion, it ought to be much healthier than it is, but I don't perceive that as being the basic problem with the funding for ACTS or for the development of a more vigorous Earth observation program. I think fundamentally NASA would like to have a more vigorous program there, but it's been subjected to the same rigorous curtailment by OMB that many other agencies have. I therefore do not focus my criticism particularly on NASA. I do feel that we need in NASA more leadership in the sense of providing the kind of a voice for the potential of these things that is necessary. But I recognize the difficulties of doing that within a bureaucratic framework.
Jim Hooker from Defense Daily. I'd like to address this question with the Congressman. We were dealing earlier that alluded to the gentleman's question on financing. And given the difficulties at present with the deficit and such, and the questions that arose out of the Challenger disaster regarding the more militarization of space, what are your views on the continued SDI research and development and sort of interweaving that with civilian applications of the space program?
You trying to provoke me or what?
I'd like to know exactly what you see in terms of both.
Overall, I think we're funding space at an adequate level today. It's about $25 billion, split about 2/3 military and intelligence and 1/3 civilian. I think that's an improper balance, to be honest with you. I think that we should move more back toward the historical level, which is about 50-50. There are many things in the military program which are vitally necessary, but which could be done just as well under civilian aegis and probably would do more to benefit the total economy and the national security if they were done in that way. Space transportation system, which is an SDI, ARPA-funded or Air Force-funded program, basically. NASA has 20% of it, they have 80%, but if the infrastructure of space is to be developed economically, and if we're to utilize it for commercial benefit, then we need an economical space transportation system, and it's in the national interest to develop it, just like it is to have the best aircraft available in the world. And we should proceed on that basis. Likewise, I've had a long-standing beef about the National Reconnaissance Program, which is a highly secret program which only the New York Times seems to know about. Because I really think that the technological capability there ought to be made available for civilian commercial development purposes in a way that protects the national security, and I think it can be done. But you sure as hell won't find anybody over in the Defense Department that's looking at that possibility. And they're doing a tremendous R&D job over there to try and keep improving those systems. I think that ought to be done in the unclassified, open sector for the benefit of our entire society and to give us continued technological leadership in world markets. And we're just not seeing that.
Dick Smith with General Space. This is more of a comment than a question, but you may want to react to it. Congressman, you made reference to the Office of Space Science and Applications as a recent NASA graduate. I would say that it's an Office of Space Science, not Applications. We had separate offices some years ago, and through the erosion of that office, all the projects fell by the wayside. Primarily, they started going through peer review processes and would have to stand on their own on a scientific merit. There's never been a thrust that has lasted that would lead to the economic benefit as Mr. McElroy stated, and I think that's a fundamental issue that needs to be debated and decided whether or not that is a part of our civilian space policy or not. Because today, in fact, in practical terms, it is not, I think, in results. And I don't think you combine, for example, space science and application as a direct conflict of interest by definition. So I think that's a fundamental issue that I was glad to see him bring out, and maybe it should be pursued farther.
Bob Demerat, Martin Marietta. I'd like to hitchhike on that just a moment because I happen to agree very much with what he just said. We're all concerned with the difficulties NASA has in doing everything we want NASA to do. The scientists are not getting as much science as they would like. The planetary explorers can't get to the planets that they want to get to when they want to get there. We are demanding a great deal from NASA. And now we, in this forum right here, say, well, in addition to all of that, and let's keep their budget at $8 billion, which is about $2.5 billion in the equivalent 1970 bucks, much less than we had during the Apollo era. One half of what we were spending in the Apollo era. We not only want them to continue to do all that, we now are asking them to take on the charge of sponsoring the economic development of the nation through space. I question whether that's even in the realm of the reasonable to ask, and perhaps the gentleman over here who has asked twice the question of infrastructure and whether there maybe ought to be a reorganization. Maybe he has an idea, and that is to put the responsibility for the commercial support of commercialization in space somewhere other than where we put it for R&D. I would rather see NASA given the charge and the ability to go forth and do the job of continuing to improve our technology rather than diluting their attention as we are forcing them to be a part of foreign policy, economic development of the nation, I don't know. I would like to see more concentration on what their real job is and perhaps try to get somebody else to do the other.
Not as an item on the agenda of the working group, but in discussions with a number of you, as a matter of fact, who come through our office and some of the other offices at the Commerce Department, as well as some of the views of a former science advisor to the President. The inherent in the comment is that the mission of NASA needs to get back to the fundamental mission that it had back in the 1960s and the 70s, when the budget allocation, though small, was directed, was focused, and was not directed in more than one or two areas in which it had to carry a burden. Focus, say, in Apollo, I don't recall any major commercial burden or commercial items that were overlaid in the Apollo program. I talked to somebody who participated in that program, and they said they were going there because the goal was to deliver on a promise made both in terms of policy and in terms of science. And it was a science, it was a research development, it was an exploration mission, or series of missions, but not commercial. I don't think anybody went there to encourage the development of Tang or something else. The confusion of one of the first comments that was made here is that you wanted to achieve at least consensus on something today, and maybe what I've heard is that there is a consensus throughout here, and that is there needs to be a definition as to NASA, the entity, as well as a definition in terms of policy as to what we want to do with that entity for national goals, both in terms of economic goals as well as science, research and development, national security, foreign policy, whatever. If you redefine the goals of NASA in the direction that the gentleman from Martin Marietta is talking about, and you move the commercial section out, the economic section out into another agency, whether it goes to Commerce or to another department, what you have done organizationally is that you focus NASA, and number two is you have broadened the field in an advisory council sense of those who are advocates at the table for every dollar that the Congressman's Committee analyzes in terms of space, as well as you've broadened the field of advisors to the President from their particular view, whether it be the view of the business community or the view of the research scientific community. And personally, not on behalf of the Secretary, because I don't think he's sent me here to broaden our responsibilities, but personally, I think that refocus is essential. And if you have any consensus at all today, that I think would be the consensus that the focus is needed.
I'll make one comment along these lines because I really subscribe to what Bob has just said. One of the most exasperating comments that I hear from time to time, and this was not the comment which was made earlier, by the way, is that NASA should go back to its R&D roots. I don't have the foggiest notion what that statement means. R&D to what end is the issue. If it's R&D to the end of a mission to Mars, fine. Define it that way, proceed. But don't pretend that that is some other applicable R&D. You should define your objective and go for it.
Peter, last question.
I guess it's kind of a comment to Mr. McElroy's comment to try to put a little definition on what might be a restructuring of NASA's role. Some of us have said, let them do what they do best. But what it would mean today is to remove from NASA some of these aggregating O&M responsibilities, the operation of a railroad, of STS, of space station, of the telescope, because NASA seems to have the best track record at developing challenging new systems and putting them together. And secondly, it would mean let's not try to pretend that NASA is the answer to how to develop commercial capabilities from space technology. That's better done somewhere else. So I think we're saying take those two roles, operating something and commercializing something, and move them where they can be done better. And probably it means moving toward some sort of private sector operation in both cases where you can put to work the profit-making incentive even if you set up a profit objective of 0.
you can operate more effectively, just by the kind of thinking that's involved.
May I just
Please
comment
do.
here? We're dealing here, I think, with a very fundamental question of role, and we're going to be struggling with it for the next couple of years. It'll be an issue in the presidential campaign as people talk about industrial policy and the proper role of the government and all that sort of stuff. Hopefully out of that, and you're participating in it, we'll develop a clear concept of what are appropriate roles, private and public, in each of a number of different areas. Don't forget that NASA is an offshoot of the old National Advisory Commission on Aviation or Space, Aeronautics. It's been in existence for 50 years. It's been thoroughly reviewed by this administration and decided that that kind of partnership between business and industry was good for the country for any number of reasons. You might not get the same results if you look at a slightly different kind of development. Maybe space is different from aeronautics. I don't know. But the fundamental thing is we've got to look at these things and apply some broad measure of judgment as to what's in the national interest, and we can't be too damn dogmatic about it. We've got to survive and excel in this country, or else we're going to go down the tubes, and we're going to have to be innovative in the way we do it. And it's very important to understand how we're going to handle the space program in that connection. I've grappled with this problem for years. I've got all sorts of legislation that says, let's try this mechanism or that mechanism. Maybe we need a Department of Science and Technology. Maybe we need a technology foundation. Maybe we need this or that. We don't know yet. There's no consensus yet. And I hope that this kind of thinking that we're doing here today will help us move toward a better consensus.
Well, thank you so much. I think that's a perfect way to draw this panel to a close. We are going to take a short break now. I'd like to thank everybody, and we will reconvene in about 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you.
I know. Let me give it to you. And the reason I have a specific question I want to ask you, probably you know you'll be speaking Saturday the 11th in Berkeley. You know that conference? This is for the after.
I think we did. I don't know.
After that, we have a fundraiser that you're going to be doing on Saturday night, and a fundraiser we're doing for you on Sunday in San Francisco.
I knew that my staff was working.
Right. Quick question. The fact that we're actually converging 11th and Berkeley. I agree. Please come on the show. Get off the Jesse, but I wanted to mark your yesterday. Right here.
We expect to get through here by the 9th.
Great. I worked closely with Jim Havey, who was the Progressive Space Forum, and we're very organized.
I'm not sure which one.
We got out 2,000 mailings of each. And this one is a $25 minimum fundraiser for you, and this is a $5 fundraiser for us. Trying to get
okay, let's both get healthy that way.
We'll see you in a couple of weeks. Very good. Thanks for coming in.
From this symposium. All this good information is to be put together for a symposium.
Well, I'd like to welcome those of you that remained back to the panel on international cooperation and competition. For those of you who are purists and wonder why there's only 4 people up here instead of 5, I'm actually wearing 2 hats on this panel, both as a moderator and as a panelist. It's principally because I work cheap as a
government employee, they won't let me take any pay. So Brookings, I think, decided to take advantage of a rare opportunity like that. I have assembled with me a distinguished and knowledgeable panel. In case of Doug Hayden and Craig Couvalt, their biographies are in your folder, and I will not belabor their distinguished accomplishments, except to say that Doug Hayden is Executive Vice President and General Manager of Arianespace Incorporated here in Washington. And, of course, Craig Couvalt is familiar to most, if not all of you, as a Senior Space Technology Editor of Aviation Week and Space Technology. To my immediate left is Harvey Meyerson, who is Legislative Counselor to Senator Spark Matsunaga, who unfortunately has been detained on the Hill and will not be able to join us today. However, I think I can rightfully assume that Harvey can speak with some authority and will almost certainly associate himself personally with the remarks that he is going to deliver on behalf of the Senator, and has also indicated generously his willingness to stay around and help us deal with your questions at the conclusion of the presentation. So with those brief remarks, I will ask Harvey to begin.
Thank you, Ken. I'd like to apologize for Senator Matsunaga for not being here. He's so committed to cooperation that he finds himself being constantly called on by his colleagues to participate in conciliation meetings up on the Hill. He just got through with the tax conference committee, which produced that, quote, simplified, unquote, tax reform, and he now finds himself just named to the Budget Reconciliation Committee. If you think reconciling with the Soviets is difficult, try the budget sometime. So he has drafted some remarks for today's, in anticipation with this risk in mind, which I'll just read to you, and then I'll try to answer questions as best I can. I have been asked to focus my remarks on U.S.-Soviet activities, which I am happy to do with the prior understanding that, in my view, U.S.-USSR cooperative activities in space are best pursued in a multilateral framework with the Europeans and the Japanese. I might not have said that a few years ago, but I have come gradually to the conclusion that the compartmentalization of U.S.-Soviet space policy polarizes perceptions, exaggerates fears and expectations at once, and makes calculated pursuit of United States interests all but impossible. At the same time, I would be the first to admit that the U.S.-Soviet relationship, like the U.S.-Europe and U.S.-Japan relationships, has certain distinguishing characteristics. Notably, from a political standpoint, the dramatic contrast between our open democratic system and the Soviet Union's repressive totalitarian system, and from a psychological standpoint, the obsessive-compulsive behavior, the simultaneous attraction and repulsion generated by that contrast. As one ironic consequence, the greatest and most overlooked weakness in U.S. space policy toward the Soviet Union is the virtual absence from it of the dimension of space. Under current United States policy, East-West cooperative activities of every kind are lumped in one basket, from exchanging dance troops to cooperation in outer space. Our level of involvement in those activities is determined by the overall state of U.S.-Soviet relations. If there is progress in arms control and regional relations, cooperation expands. But if the Soviets behave disagreeably, arms for Angola, a crackdown on dissidents, cooperation is reduced or broken off across the board. An example is the 5-year U.S.-Soviet space cooperation agreement negotiated by Nixon and Brezhnev in 1972, renewed by Carter and Brezhnev in 1977, and allowed to lapse by the United States in the spring of 1982. Our decision wasn't provoked by concerns about technology transfer or any other such Soviet exploitation of the agreement. No, the space agreement was allowed to lapse when it came up for renewal in the spring of 1982 because at the time we were looking for, quote, signals to indicate our displeasure with Soviet behavior in Poland, and the space agreement, along with a few other cultural and scientific agreements, happened to be handy. That non-differentiating and narrowly conceived policy must be revised. Space is big. Cosmic is no metaphor out there. Distances are measured in millions of miles. Missions take years and decades from conception to execution. Time zones as we understand them no longer apply. Merely moving out into space will require newly comprehensive arrangements. Space fleets are not the same as national airlines. It costs nearly $3 billion to replace a single first-generation spaceship. As recent events dramatize, we can barely afford it, but we still ignore the implications. Similarly, there will be no lone adventurers, no Daniel Boones or Kit Carsons on the space frontier. Instead, the model space frontiersmen will participate in a scientific and technical enterprise of monumental size and complexity. All those factors, and I could name others, suggest that in space over the long term, cooperation on a scale never before achieved isn't an ideal, it's a requirement. The real question is how that requirement will be met. Protracted confrontation in space, with its demands for expanding secrecy and state control, for state-imposed cooperation, as it were, will force the United States to mobilize its resources for space exploitation in ways that threaten democratic values and institutions. By the same token, the massive organizing requirements of space exploitation can only strengthen the forces of repression in the Soviet Union if they are pursued in an atmosphere of confrontation with the United States. Thus, viewed from the expansive dimension of space, confrontation with the USSR on the space frontier poses grave long-term dangers for U.S. political interests, at least insofar as those interests are conceived as serving democratic values and institutions. The same applies for United States economic interests. The U.S.-Soviet political competition is notable for the threat it poses to U.S. economic competitiveness with Europe, Japan, and others. For example, the United States has responded to the Japanese challenge for the next generation of high-speed computers by turning to the Department of Defense. The Japanese, on the other hand, have vested their effort with MITI, the vaunted Ministry of Trade and Industry. MITI's idea of competitiveness is to develop products of superior quality at lower prices to compete in world markets. DoD's idea of competitiveness is to win a competition for technological superiority with the Soviet Union at any cost. If we follow that course long enough, the winner of the Cold War will be Japan. While we are furiously forcing the Soviets into successive phases of technological inferiority, the Japanese and others are directing their high-tech efforts toward winning the competition for markets around the world, including our own domestic market. Only an unprecedented and inevitably temporary outpouring of funds for defense R&D has prevented us from recognizing the extent to which Cold War competition is eating away at the roots of American economic efficiency and military strength. When the American electronics industry becomes increasingly dependent on defense electronics because it's insulated from foreign competition, the long-term outlook for American free enterprise, the foundation of American military strength, is not good. To place these remarks in context, I should add that I am not opposed to a military presence in space. In fact, as some of you may know, I have proposed assigning operational responsibility for manned space activities to the Air Force. Nor are these remarks directed against space weapons systems per se. Rather, my chief concern is large-scale, closed systems in space and the earthbound support structure they might require. And that's where space cooperation comes in. Space cooperation encourages joint ventures that enhance American productivity and competitiveness in a world where we no longer hold a monopoly on high-tech innovation. Space cooperation also encourages open competition, which is to democratic free enterprise what secretive competition is to a totalitarian planned economy. But those economic benefits and comparable political benefits cannot be pursued without first integrating this dimension of space into U.S. space policy, with particular reference to the Soviet Union. With that goal in mind, I'd like to return to Earth for these concluding suggestions on short-term space policies toward the Soviet Union. First, we must continue our efforts to renew the U.S.-Soviet Space Cooperation Agreement, but this time with a greater appreciation of the significance of space compared to other areas of bilateral activity. Democratically open space cooperation and the open competition it spawns should be pursued as major U.S. foreign policy objectives, with a full understanding that their interruption harms vital national interests. Second, Space cooperation should be pursued on its own terms and not as a substitute for space weapons development or as part of one of those dreamy budgetary trade-offs. Whether an international manned mission to Mars costs more or less than the B-1 bomber is, to my mind, irrelevant for policy purposes. Each has its independent reasons. Third, the chief criterion for governing the pace of space cooperation should be Soviet activity in space and not in Angola or Mozambique. If the Soviets give as much as they get while submitting to an evolution toward greater democratic openness in space, then, barring the most calamitous confrontation on the ground, space cooperation should continue because it serves primary American interests. As it is, space cooperation is growing, and other governments are insulating it from short-term policy shifts in order to pursue its unique long-term potential. 11 nations, including West Germany, France, Sweden, Ireland, plus the European Space Agency, will participate in the Soviets' unmanned mission to the Mars moon Phobos in 1988, after a long decade of planning. Fourth, concerns about technology transfer must be met by mature minds. Lou Allen, director of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory and former chief of staff of the Air Force and director of the NSA, laid out 4 categories of possible U.S.-Soviet cooperation in a letter endorsing my legislation calling for renewal of the U.S.-Soviet space agreement. 1, exchange of data from separate missions. 2, coordination of separate missions. 3, placing instruments on the other parties' missions. 4, joint missions on the order of Apollo-Soyuz. Dr. Allen wrote that categories 1 and 2 offer no technology transfer risk, and that categories 3 and 4 might be applicable in certain instances. So there's plenty of room for maneuver, and it's expanding as technologies for many basic missions level off. The shuttle uses 10 to 15-year-old technology, and NASA's low-cost Mariner Mark II spacecraft, designed for space science missions in the 1990s and beyond, will be built with off-the-shelf technology. Within a decade, near-Earth orbit will be a beehive of activity with at least 4 different shuttle systems and an undetermined number of workhorse ELVs. Finally, it is an accepted fact that the KGB will try to exploit expanded space cooperation. The KGB tries to exploit everything, cooperative or otherwise, but it is a terrible mistake to suggest, as some do, that the KGB is behind the entire process that is bringing the Soviet space scientists into the international community, that, in effect, the space age is a KGB espionage plot. In reality, the space age is just the reverse, a powerful current for democratic openness that the United States should learn to exploit shrewdly in its best interests. Under a policy of sustained and expanding cooperation, our intelligence agencies will be needed more than ever to meet Soviet infiltration, but they will be working for a policy that gives us the offensive for a change. The greatest challenge is not to defeat the Soviets at their game, which we can't do without becoming more and more like them, and which brings out the worst on both sides, but to open new fronts in which the game is played by rules that advance democratic values and institutions in consonance with American interests at home as well as abroad. That, in my view, should be the chief objective of U.S. policy toward the Soviet Union. Thank you.
Thank you, Harvey. Before I move to Doug, let me just mention that I asked each of the speakers to focus their remarks somewhat on a particular area so we could make sure that we didn't get a lot of overlap. Obviously, I believe Doug will talk a little about Arianespace and some of the views from a company with deep and close relationships to the European space program. And I've asked Craig to share with us some insights that he's gained in his recent visits to both China and Japan, who are actively engaged in very aggressive space programs. So with that, Doug.
Well, thank you, Ken. When Ken spoke to me about this meeting, he asked that we focus our remarks on a balance between competition and cooperation. To some people, those are mutually contradictory terms, but I think you will see from some things that I'm prepared to say, and that I believe Craig will also, that these are not necessarily exclusive. That request on Ken's part also led me to change my approach somewhat from what I would normally do on this type of a panel discussion. Reminds me that a few months ago I was on a panel with Colonel Jerry May from the National Security Council, Congressman Bill Nelson, whom you'll hear from after we're through today, Senator Garn, and Phil Culbertson from NASA. It was at a meeting over in Crystal City. A few weeks ago I was on another panel with Bob Brumley, who was up here a few minutes ago, with Jerry Fitz from NASA, Madeline Johnson from DOT, John Kohler from Hughes, and Jean-Michel Eade, who was representing InSpace, filling in for Jim Barrett, who some of you may know was recovering from back surgery. Today, I feel a little more fortunate. I'm sharing the platform with a representative of a distinguished U.S. senator and respected aerospace journalist. And I'm not sure how to describe Ken. He's wearing two hats, so I'll just kind of pass that. But it seems a little less threatening to me today than it has in the past. Sometimes I think my personal contribution to international cooperation is a willingness to continue to appear on these panels. I fully understand how the early Christians might have felt when they contemplated those dens of lions. But this being said, I think that we should look at the perceptions of competition and cooperation and realize that they can be very different depending on circumstances. I didn't look it up in the dictionary because I've got my own view of the business we're in and what they mean. To me, the essence of cooperation is that two or more entities working together so that each gains or benefits in some way. Conversely, the traditional view of competition is that two or more entities are each attempting to gain some individual advantage or some individual gain. So it's reasonable to ask, I think, how we can reconcile those things, and in fact there have been many attempts both within and without the space industry and in the history of the industrial nations to make those two things work together. John Logsdon, in his comments this morning, by the way, one of the inevitable traps of being late in the day on a session like this is that everything that thought were going to be intelligent to say turn out to be unrelated to what everybody else has said, so you change your horses in midstream. But John made a couple of comments that I wanted to pick up on. He equated space, if you'll recall, in his opening comments this morning, in a very simplistic way, but perhaps powerful way, to a notion of pride and power. And I think there's a lot of truth to that. Other speakers during the day have emphasized the fact that one of the reasons that the U.S. or any other national presence is interested in space is as a display of national capability and to provide a showcase for national pride. Power, however, as you all know, can be abused. And in the sense that too much power can be abused somewhat more than too little, that results in a very non-cooperative aspect. I'll cite an old sample example which I've used in some of my speakings and writings before, and many of you in this audience are familiar with it. But in the early 70s, when the U.S. in the form of NASA had an absolute monopoly on access to space, in space transportation, if you will, France developed a small communication satellite called Symphony. And some conditions were placed on its launch by NASA, which was, I believe, an arrogant abuse of that monopolistic power. Those conditions included a prohibition against its use for any commercial endeavor. That certainly was one of the triggers in the European consciousness as to why an independent space presence was necessary for Europe. In other words, a non-cooperative use of power can result in a competitive response. And the competitive response in this case was a decision in 1973 to initiate the Ariane program by a consortium of European nations, which a short time later became the European Space Agency as it's known today. The balance between this notion of cooperation and competition is a very tenuous concept. It's very dependent on the vagaries of government policies, whether they be U.S. government or other governments. But again, a couple of examples may trigger your recollections in this area. Several people are familiar with the history of the ISPM program, which initially, as you recall, was a true cooperative effort between Europe and the United States involving the launch of 2 spacecraft, one developed in this country and one in Europe, to be launched on the shuttle. And through a variety of these policy vagaries, mostly budget pressures, the U.S. participation was canceled, and the total U.S. participation in the program was relegated to plans to launch the remaining European satellite, spacecraft rather, ISPM, International Solar Polar, if I didn't say that, in case I wasn't clear. A very exciting program scientifically to take a spacecraft out of the plane of the ecliptic and roughly polar orbit around the sun. But again, a rather unilateral U.S. decision, much to the chagrin of the European partners in this cooperative venture. Another thing which can result from these vagaries is what I characterize as inadvertent cooperation. Cooperative efforts that aren't at all thought to be that way in the beginning. The example that I'd like to cite there is back to my own organization, Ariane Space. I think that the U.S. Government and the policies of the U.S. government in the decade of the 70s primarily bears a fair share of credit for the existence and success of Ariane Space. This is not news to the people here. I've said this many times in the past, and I think it's something that any one of you who is thoughtful and studies the history of the various programs involved will have to come to the same conclusion. There are other dimensions to this balance between cooperation and competition as well, and I'd like to pick up on a point that Dr. Fletcher, or comment that Dr. Fletcher made in his remarks just before lunch this morning. If I remember and if I jotted down correctly what he said, he referred to the fact that Ariane Space appeared to be taking advantage of the delay which has resulted from the Challenger tragedy. To me, that comment, whether from Jim Fletcher or anyone else in or out of the government, reflects the what I characterize as the us versus them mentality. If you look back through the press history, both trade press and more particularly the public, the general press, dealing with writings about space over the last 5 years particularly, but more recently in the last 2 or 3, prior to the Challenger accident, you will find almost an exclusive emphasis, an exclusive hang-up, from my perspective, on the competitive aspects of the U.S. versus, in this case, Europe and Ariane. And I've often asked myself why. I think it's because it's a convenient thing to hang a lot of excuses on. But the fact is that if you're thoughtful about it, I think you'll have to agree that without this competition, if that's the way you want to continue to look at it, there are a great many things which would have been a lot worse under the present circumstances than they are. The series of events I alluded to earlier, the inadvertent cooperation or the abuse of cooperative power, actually is the primary thing that led Europe to the conclusion in 1973 to develop Ariane, and that is a competitive system, no doubt about it. It's in competition, was in competition exclusively with the shuttle. But I'd like you to think about what to me is obvious fact, that had this not happened, in the case of the shuttle accident, we have an alternative which otherwise would not have been available at all to the Western world. One of the remarkable things to me after our most recent failure at the end of May, and we, as you know, were the end of a long string of almost incredible failures, was that the press, for the first time in my recollection of having made quite a study of it, both, again, general press and trade press, used the term widely that the free world was now without access to space. Up until the time Ariane failed, it was a tragedy for the United States. The failure of Ariane, and in fact, that we are down, everybody's down, we know that, was finally and belatedly and cooperatively viewed as a Western world tragedy, and indeed it was. The cooperative side of that is that immediately after the shuttle accident, before our manifest became stuffed with people who were suddenly looking for a place to go, we, Ariane Space, as an organization and as a group, made unofficial, very unofficial, but nonetheless sincere offers at various levels within the U.S. government to fly whatever critical payloads would be possible and useful to the government within the constraints of our commercial requirements on the manifest. You know from having seen our recent provisional manifest that there are no U.S. government payloads on it. And frankly, it's highly unlikely that there will be. Nevertheless, the offer was made in a cooperative spirit, and I believe that's a good example of part of this balance between the competition which helped produce Ariane in the first place and the cooperation which, given a severe enough need, would have put a U.S. government payload on Ariane. I'd like to refresh your memory. That same panel that I talked about in May with Colonel May, Bill Nelson, Jake Garn, and Phil Culbertson. Some of you may have been there. I think you were, Craig. It was the Aviation Aerospace Writers thing over in Crystal City. And one of the participants in the audience asked a question, and he said, in fact, I'll direct this to everyone on the panel, anyone on the panel except Doug Hayden. He said, is the government, and this, by the way, was before our failure. This was in May 12th, as I recall, before we'd had our most recent failure, so we at that time were literally the only system looking like we were going to fly regularly. So the question was, would the U.S. government consider putting critical payloads in Ariane? I didn't plant the question. It was an honest question from somebody, I believe he was a journalist, as a matter of fact. And Phil Culbertson allowed us how he'd like to address that question, and he said, in effect, we'd rather not do that, but if we had to, we think it's prudent for us to consider that, just as, and he made the point, just as when Ariane had a serious problem early in the program after our failure of L5, the third stage turbopump failure, there was a critical European payload called Exosat, which was in fact launched by NASA on a Delta for the European Space Agency. And I think that's the kind of competitive cooperation that can and should exist between members of the free world community. Phil was taken to task for that comment by some people on the panel, but I think his comment was reasonable, and well thought. The fact that the reaction was in what I call the us versus them mentality still made it plain to me that the notion of competitive cooperation or cooperative competition is hard for a lot of people to deal with. Cooperation can take on a finer grain texture at times, too. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about there. In the early days of Ariane program, some consideration, serious consideration, was given to the possibility of using U.S. hardware in the system. There's a lot of potentially excellent examples of where U.S. hardware would have made a lot of sense to be incorporated in the Ariane design. Ariane is not an advanced technology vehicle. It was deliberately designed using current and existing technology, well proven, hopefully to minimize risk, and clearly there were a large number of American subsystems and components which could have contributed to that approach. A conscious decision was made not to do that. Why? Not on technical grounds, not on business grounds, not on any other grounds, but on political grounds. And the reason, very simply, is that there were concerns about arbitrary OMC licensing procedures. As any of you who've dealt with export controls knows, the export of any technology or hardware from the United States on certain lists requires a export license issued by the Office of Munitions Control in the State Department, subject to the review and concurrence, in the case of the type stuff we're talking about, NASA and DoD. There was a concern that if we had a critical U.S. component in the system, and we wanted to sell a launch to the Arab League, for example, to launch ArabSat, and Libya happened to be on the bad guy list that week, that could have been cut off at the knees, and we would have been grounded, not just for the Arab League and for Arabsat, but for everybody in the world. In fact, you will recall that there was a hullabaloo in Congress not very long ago about flying Arabsat satellites on the shuttle. Mixing commercial objectives and political objectives is a dangerous road, and one which has to be considered very carefully before that sort of thing gets thrown about. Lastly, I'd like to deal a little bit with this level playing field comment that gets bandied about. There has been a tilt in the playing field, no doubt about it. Where did it come from? I don't believe a tilt in the playing field in the launch vehicle business came from the other side of the Atlantic. I think realistically it has to be agreed that the tilt was introduced by trying to mix non-commercial and commercial activities in a government-funded and operated system, namely the shuttle. True commercial competition can only work on a level field, and the way that level field is kept that way, untilted, is by agreement on some reasonable ground rules between the key players, comment that Harvey put in a different context a few minutes ago. And the fact is that I think if the main players are firm enough in establishing and sticking to those ground rules, that most of the rest of the world will comply. There will be other distortions introduced. If the People's Republic decides that they're going to fly some Long March rockets with Western satellites on them at any cost, they will fly them at any cost. That doesn't mean that the rest of the Western world has to respond to it with an equally distorted tilt. I don't think that will go on forever. I don't think it can go on forever. By the way, the OMC questions enter some of those issues as well. So the bottom line to me is that for there to be a reasonable balance between competition and cooperation, the notion of competition has to be decriminalized. I think that in this business it's been a dirty word, and I think that's unhappy, and I think it's a wrong way to look at it. It's not inherently bad by any means, and in conjunction with realistic cooperative approaches, I think it can result in benefits to all parties, and I'd like to see us moving in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Next, we'll hear from Craig Kvault. In my early introduction, I mentioned that most, if not all of you, probably know Craig. I think he's probably the closest thing we have to E.F. Hutton in the space business. That is, you go around and someone in the NASA lunchroom will say, well, Craig Kvault said, and everything stops and people listen. I think that's a compliment, not only the quality of his journalism, but the extensiveness of his contacts, both with,
want to see if we're being misquoted.
Right, both within and without NASA. So it's a real pleasure to have Craig on the panel.
Thanks. Most people don't know we make all that stuff up. To add to what Doug said on decriminalizing the word competition, I'll go his comment from Phil one better. There was the meeting with at the AIAA annual meeting in Washington here, just not very long after the Challenger accident, and that same question came up. And Fred DeLeste, I think, was on the podium, and someone asked General Don Katina if there was any interest of flying payloads on Ariane, military payloads, U.S. civil payloads on Ariane. He said, we're hard up, but we're not that hard up. I agree with Doug completely on that. The real miracle is, after many years beating a worn path between Houston and Cape Canaveral and back, that I'm up here speaking to you about China and Japan. About 18 months, 2 years ago, we woke up and realized, my gosh, the Far East is really going gangbusters in aerospace. And we decided really to make a concerted effort to press our coverage there, and it fortunately to me fell to me to take on the space roles and covering China and Japan. So in the last 18 months, I've been in there for several weeks to both countries going through their space programs on 2 separate trips. One of the most memorable things I'll gain from this is an appreciation of the pioneering spirit. I was really in high school when the United States was getting into the space program. Now I can go back to China and Japan and watch what they're going through firsthand, very much what many of you guys went through at the start. It's really an exciting thing to see. If this panel, I think, were being held just 2 years ago, you'd just be giving lip service to China and Japan. It'd be dominated by European and Soviet concerns all the way. But times have changed, and suddenly Japan and China have scored big on an international level. I really think Japan can legitimately be called a world space power on par in many areas with Europe and the United States, and China is certainly solidifying a spot in the big leagues of spacefaring nations. For 15 years, both of those countries have been quietly plodding along in a space program, but more recently, those patient efforts have put both of them in the right place at the right time to compete on an international level for commercial space revenues and cooperate more as equal partners with NASA and ESA. You're well aware of the Japanese participation in the space station program. China wants to participate in the space station program as well and has a small team underway in Peking right now studying how to approach us to do that. China, let me say one thing. The contrasts when you're going across China are really striking. And I'll bring these up from time to time here briefly. En route to their satellite control center, for example, in central mountains of China, outside of Xi'an, I've seen hundreds of people in the wheat fields cutting wheat by hand. And similar scenes like that abound across the country. They have a striking enthusiasm to learn. I have no doubt that their intelligence community would like to steal our shirt, as we would like to steal theirs in some areas. But it's different. It's a genuine, heartfelt desire to learn from the United States that I see in the Chinese space program. They've launched already 18 satellites. 2 of these are communication satellites in geosynchronous orbit, while 8 of the other 18 are Earth resources, military reconnaissance, recoverable types. On a broad scale, using rudimentary techniques and with very little help really from anybody, including the Soviet Union, the Chinese have been able to demonstrate all the basic capabilities necessary to conduct a space effort important for national prestige, military, national economy, all the areas that count. They've developed 2 large booster systems, including an oxygen-hydrogen-powered upper stage that has the capability of putting spacecraft the size of HS-376, Hughes HS-376 class satellites in geosynchronous transfer orbit. In satellite development, they've matched the imaging and reentry technology necessary to bring medium and high-resolution reconnaissance film back to Earth and also to transmit real-time some intelligence imagery via radio. And we've seen examples of both, and they're pretty good. At least the first of their 2 geosynchronous spacecraft, and I haven't checked recently on the status of those birds, but at least the first of those 2 functioned well beyond its design life, and I think is still clicking along, indicating that although they have some questionable workmanship practices and clean them up whenever they're pointed out to them, they've already mastered the ability to build some spacecraft that have fairly lengthy lifetimes. At the Shanghai Institute of Engineering, we saw technicians well into building a polar orbit weather satellite that was probably pretty comparable to our IDOS, improved TIROS series of the latter 1970s. And at Xi'an, at an institute, we saw young engineers working on push broom scanner technology that was quite excellent in the samples they showed us of what it could provide. They weren't caring to compare it to U.S. push broom scanners. They were comparing it to Spot. It's the Long March booster that's been drawing most of the press, however. En route to the Shanghai plant that builds that rocket, it was interesting to go by miles of rice paddies being groomed by water buffaloes and dotted with pillboxes put up 40 years ago or by Chiang Kai-shek to defeat the communists. And once you get to that factory, you find it not only builds rockets but refrigerators. Contrary to many press reports, it was well before the Challenger accident that the Chinese began advertising to provide commercial launch services to international satellite sponsors. With the shuttle accident, Ariane largely booked and no U.S. expendables ready to fill the gap, the Chinese are in a good position to pick up at least a few commercial payloads. They're ready to use, I think, our misfortune to help leverage their space program. They realize that serendipity I think they also realize that there's not going to be a whole lot of payloads to have there, but they, as a national program, can gain much by this experience. 3 years ago, who in their right mind would have thought Western Union would sign to launch a Westar payload on a Red Chinese booster? It happened last week, or at least a letter of intent. Key questions that remain there are the reliability of their launch vehicles, the cost to the users, and the insurance arrangements they'll provide. While they've used the first two stages of their Long March rocket about 14 times over the last 10 years, they've only used that oxygen-hydrogen upper stage 3 times. And the first of those 3 times, truly an R&D mission, it had a partial failure. The other 2 times, it's worked great. I'd rate it as a high-quality, high-reliability stage that still's wearing its rookie stripes. I don't think when you compare it to the kind of operation Ariane has, it would be able to show nearly the number of successes. But as a start, it's doing quite well. From a booster scheduling standpoint, they've decided to place a greater priority on launching payloads from other countries than their own. When I was in Peking in June, we had a senior Chinese official tell us that we're ready to coordinate domestic needs to let foreign users come first. Straight out of the horse's mouth. The launch prices they're quoting are about 15% less than what a user would have to pay on Ariane or shuttle prior to the accident. And they're going to offer that preferential pricing for the next few years to get their business going. Insurance is the same way. The government's underwriting it all. They're also planning for the future. The Long March 3 can place about 3,000 pounds in GTO, but they're actively designing the Long March 4 that can place 4,500 pounds in transfer orbit. And I think, Doug, that's a payload comparable to the Ariane 3. In addition, they're discussing with U.S. companies such as Martin Marietta at least the concept of maybe some joint activity on future upper stage work. Martin, in the last 6 months, has placed an office in Beijing. They're not pie-in-the-sky plans. The Chinese geosynchronous mission launch pad at Xichang, and Dick Smith, who former director of Kennedy Space Center, has been there and was quite impressed with the site. That launch pad is designed for a vehicle much larger than the Long March 3. It was built with bigger rockets in mind. So the question is not really whether the Chinese can achieve an operational space program capability with international importance. It's whether the austere Chinese budget can maintain any program momentum and the amount of freedom provided to that activity to allow the momentum to accelerate. The role of the People's Liberation Army is also quite important. The Army controls large elements of the space program development and manages all booster launches. So the military leverage on their program remains to be seen. In China, you walk out of rocket plants and satellite facilities into streets filled with bicycles and horse-drawn carts. Hop on the 747, go tooling off to Japan. In Japan, you walk out of space facilities into streets filled with taxi cabs equipped with television sets. So let's take a minute and go run the traps on Japan. The official Japanese position is that they have no burning desire to offer commercial launch services with their modern H-1 booster just entering service or advanced H-2 planned for the early 1990s. But do you really believe that the Japanese would stand by and let the Chinese make some gains in this area and not mount a counter challenge of their own? I don't think so. It, of course, will all depend on the number of payloads available. But if there is any measure at all of commercial payloads out there, I think the Japanese will be trying to lure them in for the H-2. If the fishing fleet was not the driver on how many times they can launch out of Tanegashima, I think you'd see Japan being a real significant player right now in the launch service emergency. The new H-1 booster with Japan's first oxygen-hydrogen stage can place up to 1,500-pound payloads directly in geosynchronous orbit. And that vehicle flew its first test earlier this summer and is scheduled for 7 or 8 more missions before the decade is out. The H-2 booster, under development for first launch in 1992, will use an all-oxygen hydrogen core and 2 large solid rocket boosters to place 4,400 pounds into geosynchronous orbit, and that's more than a Titan 34D can launch to geosynchronous. The H-2 is truly a high-tech rocket, as illustrated by comparing its launch weight with other vehicles. Ariane 4 can place about 400 pounds more in geosynchronous orbit than the H-2. But to achieve that advantage, an Ariane 4 weighs about 205 tons more at launch than will the Japanese H-2. At Japan's Tanegashima launch site this spring, we saw massive construction efforts getting underway there to build a test stand, vehicle assembly building, and mobile launcher platform similar to what we use for Titan at Cape Canaveral that will roll the H-2 out and fire it. It looked like Cape Canaveral 1965 with Titan III shuttle facilities going up, although it's going to be Japan's pride and joy. They've also gone into the H-2 with a little different philosophy. The H-1, the smaller rocket, was booked with payloads, fully booked with payloads before they ever launched the first one. Only about 2 H-2 payloads are known right now. So the Japanese are really planning to let this booster carry them wherever it leads into the 21st century. And one place for sure it's going to lead them, I think, is into space station logistics support. Japan, as you know, is already ready to provide about $1 billion in facilities to the U.S. International Station effort in the form of a pressurized habitation module, external experiments platform, and remote manipulator arm. They're going to develop themselves to service all that. They're also building a logistics module, like as I said, that can fly either, I think, on shuttle or H-2. It's an impressive contribution showing Japan is becoming equal with the U.S., Soviet Union, and Europe in space. But we have to be careful there. Not about the Japanese, but about ourselves. Our own station situation, our schedule, problems we've experienced in the last year that hopefully now are all settled, threaten to drive the Japanese cooperation away, or at least temper the Japanese interest. Same goes with Europe. Right now is the time to get a hold of that and don't let that happen. Since 1970, Japan has launched 33 satellites, with 16 of these space science type missions launched by ISIS, their Institute of Space and Astronautical Sciences. By separating ISIS space science activities from their larger booster and application satellites efforts managed by NASA, the National Space Development Agency, Japan's been able to achieve a much more stable space science program than the United States have, and I think we might learn some lessons from that. They've been able to fly a small but yet potent science mission at a rate of 1 per year for about the last 16 years. They've also got their own dedicated booster to space science. It's called the M3S2. It's all solid propellant. It's got a liftoff thrust comparable to an early U.S. Delta. It's a big rocket. Can put 3 times the payload in low orbit as a Scout. It's quite a vehicle. Both NASA and ISIS, the 2 agencies in Japan, are cooperating on an unmanned platform that will be launched on the H-2 and serviced by our shuttle. This, like many Japanese projects, includes significant planning input by the Japanese industry. I think we can take some lessons there. In Japan, it's the industry urging the government to get more into space research, while here the U.S. Space Agency has to dangle the bait back over to the industry. Along with this, Japan is building space facilities to carry them into the future. Large new satellite test facilities are being built or are already operational at the Tsukuba Space Center north of Tokyo, and new rocket test facilities, really nice facilities, are being built at a number of places in Japan to support the H-2 development. They won't stop with H-2. Those facilities won't languish for 10 years after the H-2 development's done. Japan is also interested in future shuttle vehicles and is entering a technology development that could provide them with such a vehicle in about 15 years. They keep this and some of their other activities quite quiet in the international arena. They don't like to talk about it, but I tell you, they're going to come to the United States before long and request to use our wind tunnel facilities to help them build their space shuttle, because that's one area where they're lacking. Their aero wind tunnel facilities, I don't think, are very good, and their heating tunnel facilities aren't very new. Throughout my recent swing through all their space facilities, they continually downplayed the whole idea of a Japanese space shuttle. And then toward the end of the trip, I was on a bullet train going someplace, and the fellow next to me opened a newspaper, the Japan Financial Times, all in Japanese, and there in a full-scale ad was a picture of the Japanese space shuttle flying a reentry, and it was an ad from Mitsubishi about its development of reentry thermal tiles. So don't let them fool you. They're coming on. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. I'll try to make my remarks relatively brief, although that isn't necessarily brevity has not always necessarily been my strong point, and time to allow some time for your questions. I guess because of my somewhat unique position, unlike the others on the panel, I'm going to have to make the statement that the views I'm expressing today are completely and totally my own and don't reflect necessarily the views of NASA, where I will be returning in about 10 days. I think as the U.S. begins to reassess its entire space program out of the Challenger accident, a lot of the focus has been, quite properly so, on some of the immediate technical problems. But I think inevitably some very hard and as we've heard a lot about today, tough choices are going to have to be made about our future international strategy, the balancing of competition and cooperation in a relatively changed environment that the U.S. is facing. That environment can be characterized in several ways. Certainly any description of the current situation would have to take account of the fact that we're facing an international arena filled with a larger number of activist players. We've already heard today about the Japanese coming on, the ambition and aggressiveness of the European program. We know, too, about the Soviet effort and its recent efforts to get launch business and to open up its scientific programs even more broadly to incorporate traditional U.S. allies. We're aware of the Chinese entry into the commercial launch market. But it even extends beyond this to incorporate a number of countries in the third world who, while they may not possess or even seek to possess independent systems, nonetheless have sensed a growing stake in how space and space business unfolds. And we're seeing these countries taking an increasingly active role in international forums like the UN Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, ITU, Intelsat, and elsewhere, as they recognize that their stake in telecommunications and remote sensing and other activities is an important one. We also see a great deal of technological convergence. The gap between the superpowers that was characterized perhaps between the superpowers and other countries that was perhaps most visibly characterized by the de facto U.S. launch monopoly in the free world, while not totally closed, is rapidly narrowing. We find that the ability to have access to space is not only possessed now in Europe, but of course in Japan, India, China. We find that Europe is building its own reusable, or is about to make a decision to build its own reusable manned space vehicle. The Russians are about to fly a space shuttle, according to a number of sources, including Craig's usually reliable journal. We find the Japanese have undertaken efforts to develop a reusable space shuttle. On the other hand, the Americans and the Japanese and the Europeans are both competing and cooperating in building elements for a permanently manned space station to match the activities that the Soviets have had underway for a number of years. This convergence in capability spans not only launch vehicles and space stations, but can be seen in areas of remote sensing programs, communication satellites, and in many cases, countries abroad are utilizing technologies that are still not fully applied in the U.S. The Japanese, I believe, have had broadcast satellites operating at 30-20 frequency for several years now, and we're still trying to get appropriations to undertake a program in that area at NASA. We see around the world that the space programs are taking on heightened economic and commercial focuses. How that will play out, we don't know. But one thing seems to be clear, that science and technology is increasingly being seen as important and central to national economic well-being and international trade competitiveness around the world. And space is being asked to play and to share in carrying that burden. I think my own sense is that in the U.S. for a number of years, space enjoyed a particularly privileged status. That is to say, nobody really asked whether it carried its own weight economically. It was enough to say that it contributed to prestige or leadership or greatness or whatever. I think that's going to be an increasingly difficult argument to make convincingly. In this, I think I'm in a decided minority on the panels I've heard today. I think it is inevitable that there will be an effort have to be made to build mixes of both political and symbolic goals with practical, utilitarian, economic kinds of justifications. And achieving that kind of balance is going to be a very difficult but necessary effort in defining where we go internationally. We see around the world, too, the development of new and strengthened space organizations. There's a lot of institution building going on out there. The Soviets have recently created a new civilian space agency. Britain has created a new space agency. Italy says they're about to. Germany and Canada, Australia, numbers of countries have ongoing debates about strengthening and defining institutions to give more focus, more clarity, more structure to their space programs. I think this is all part, again, of this, what I call mainstreaming of space, the bringing it into the mainstream of economic and political life from where in many countries it existed at the margins, the interest of a few of the scientific community and so on. We also see this trend toward long-lived, multi-purpose space infrastructure, space stations, reusable space transportation systems, great observatories, structures that will have indefinite lifetimes, whose purposes will evolve and change, which raises whole new sets of questions for building cooperation, questions that make it difficult to assess what the risks of partnership are in advance, because you don't know how long the project is going to last, what it's necessarily going to evolve into looking like. On space station, for example, my sense has been that it's been much easier to define the risks of how much it will cost to develop it, the developmental risks of each partner. One of the real hang-ups is how much is it going to cost to operate it. If we ask France, or Europe and Japan and Canada to join in operating and developing a space station with a lifetime of 20 or 30 years, the operational costs or risks of partnership could easily be 2 or 3 times those of the developmental costs. But we simply don't know. And as I'll mention in a moment, it raises whole new questions of management and control and what leadership really means anymore. Finally, I would just mention that the environment is characterized by an increasingly open, assertive, and aggressive Soviet program. I use the term open, relatively speaking, not in comparison with, say, the U.S. or Western space programs, but in comparison with the Soviet program of just a few years ago, where we see them now routinely announcing their civilian launches in advance, even televising them live or nearly live, inviting Western scientists and journalists to come in and walk through their space facilities, openly approaching Europe and Japan and others and inviting them to participate in their cooperative programs, and bidding for commercial launches with Inmarsat. And if you read recently, one of the leading officials, as I believe, equivalent of the Prime Minister in the Soviet Union, sent a letter to the Secretary General of the UN reiterating the Soviet Union's interest in launching on a commercial basis satellites of nations around the world. In the past, the U.S. always decried the closed, secretive nature of the Soviet program and suggested that why couldn't they be more open like our program? But I think it's no secret that the U.S. also benefited substantially by the fact that the nature of the Soviet program and the way they operated effectively eliminated them as real competitors with us for the affections, partnership, funds of other countries whom we were only too happy to build into our programs. I think the Soviet Union is going to increasingly be an active player in both the competitive and cooperative front and represents a new and, in some ways, different challenge to the U.S. What does this mean, then, for the people that are wrestling with trying to balance cooperation and competition in a new or a changed or altered U.S. international space policy? Well, my own views are it means several things, and I'll be very brief on these because one could give a whole speech on each of them. First, it seems to me that we're going to have to look again at defining what the balance between cooperation and leadership is. We've heard a lot of talk about leadership today. My sense is that historically leadership in the U.S. context has been viewed as synonymous with dominance and with control. That is, we want to do everything, and where we invite international partners in, we basically control the project to the extent that we view it's necessary. I think as many projects, most recently perhaps the Halley encounter, where 5 satellites, none of which were developed in the U.S. and none of which were launched by the U.S., carried off a fairly sophisticated encounter with that celestial visitor, indicates that the ability of the U.S. to exercise that kind of dominance is probably no longer possible. And we have to ask ourselves, are there other definitions of leadership that are not only more realistic, but perhaps as much or even more beneficial? Leadership can also be defined as being able to be effective in accomplishing your goals, in some cases by yourself, in some cases with partnership with others, and in some cases with getting others to do it for you. My own view, again, is that the French system, a French political program, which is operated on much smaller resource base than the U.S., has been particularly astute at defining its goals and using a variety of means of accomplishing those goals, using junior partnerships, taking the leadership in other areas, letting others do the work in yet other areas. And one can define that degree of accomplishing one's goals as exercising effective leadership, although it would not be considered dominance or even preeminence in the classical way the U.S. has defined it. Secondly, I think we need to begin to become as adroit at managing technology flows within cooperative programs as we have tried to be at prohibiting them. I think in the past our efforts, quite rightly so, were largely directed toward prohibiting or restricting flows of technology between partners. Hence, NASA always attempted, for example, to operate its cooperative programs with very clean interfaces. And when the development aspect of the program was over, as the case with, say, Space Lab or the RMS, the system was turned over to NASA to operate. I think as we move more into an era of extended life, long, open-ended space infrastructure, and more equal partnerships, after all, we're now asking Japan and Europe to take on larger and larger financial burdens as equating with their growing equality of capability. We're going to find that the ability to maintain those clean interfaces, strictly speaking, is going to be reduced. And we're going to have to share management, as indeed we have offered to do with the Europeans and the Japanese and the Canadians in the context of Space Station. And there, it seems to me, the challenge is not necessarily in all cases to prohibit technology flowing back and forth in the course of development and operation, but to make sure the flows are reciprocal, that the U.S. at least benefits as much and hopefully more from those flows as its partners do. Thirdly, I would mention that I think the U.S. in its international space strategy has to rethink, or at least be prepared to rethink, its views with respect to international institution building. The National Commission's report on space took a very, I think it's fair to say, negative view on international institutions. Essentially, the view was that they weren't probably very helpful anymore, and in many cases were controlled by adversaries or people that didn't like us very much. The U.S. took a leading role in forming most of the major players, so-called multilateral players, ITU, Committee on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, Intelsat. I think it's somewhat interesting that our attraction to international institution building has declined as our ability to dominate or influence or control those institutions has diminished as well. If I'm right, and if the future international space environment is going to be characterized by a growing cooperation or need to cooperate between relatively equal partners, a very pluralistic environment where multilateral projects will dominate over bilateral projects, and they're going to, and the U.S. is going to have to exercise its leadership more, not exclusively, but more through persuasion rather than prescription, through shaping the international agenda so that our objectives get addressed and that we do some of them and try to get others to do those things that we cannot do for whatever reason. Where are the mechanisms and levers going to be that allows us to exploit and manage this process? I think we need to be thinking about that, because if we continue to take a view that international institution building is not in our interest, others will be building these institutions. And in fact, our control over them, which we exercise for many years in these other institutions by virtue of being founding members and shapers, that opportunity will be lost as we become Johnny-come-latelys or Johnny-come-latelys to these activities. Fourthly, I think a major challenge is going to be to match political symbols with practical goals. The system in the space program in the U.S., I think, operated for many years, again, largely driven by goals related to leadership, prestige, racing with the Russians, keeping ahead, greatness, and so on. These are still important activities. But I tend to think, again, I'm probably a minority here, that some of the old symbols don't carry the same weight that they once did and perhaps never will. I, for one, do not believe that competition with the Soviets, a leadership gap in space with the Soviets, can or will carry the same weight that it once did, most classically, of course, at the time of the launch of Sputnik. When the Soviets recently launched their Mir space station, which they say will be the hub of a permanently crewed, modular space station, you could hardly find reference to it in any newspaper around. Aviation Week being exceptional, but that's a trade journal that's read by insiders but not widely read by the broader public. One of the real questions is, where are we going to, what new kinds of symbols or mix of symbols are going to motivate people and policymakers, and how are these political symbols going to be balanced and meshed with the new needs to justify systems in terms of economic and commercial payoffs, symbolically even if not actually. The commercial goals or commercial benefits may in the short term prove illusory, I think, as many of you have indicated here. But what has changed is anybody now proposing a project in space, a major project, must address the issue of its economic and commercial spin-offs and potential. The agenda has been changed in terms of the kinds of symbols that must be used to justify and manipulate the political system. Finally, I would just say that I think we need to address the balancing of government and private sector roles. Now, this may not seem to you to be appropriate in an international panel, but I think it is. I think it's not a question whether government or private ought to do it. We find that when you look at the most recent examples in the international arena, Arianespace, for example, or Spot-Image, they are not private and they are not government. They are hybrids. Arianespace, if I'm correct, is 33% owned by the French space agency, CNES. Spot-Image is owned in large part by 3 or 4 French government agencies. We find as international cooperation and competition tries to get balanced that there's a real question over what direction that cooperation will go if, in fact, the hardware begins to move out of government hands into private hands. What new forms of cooperation will emerge? And I might say that as various pieces of hardware have become important elements in the competitive environment, the ability to use those pieces of hardware to also support cooperative endeavors has become a very sensitive, dicey proposition. And let me just leave you with an example of that. Doug mentioned earlier that reluctance of the U.S. government to use an Ariane launch vehicle. Well, there's a program that I understand is winding its way through the policy process called Topex Poseidon, which is a project that would have the U.S. essentially build a spacecraft, an oceanographic satellite. France would provide some instrumentation on it and would be launched free of charge on an Ariane launch vehicle. Almost totally symmetrical with the historical pattern of the U.S. for many years launching European instruments and so forth free of charge. Let me say that within NASA, that led to a rather lengthy and acrimonious debate over whether cooperation using a European launch vehicle was in fact not an unwise thing to do that strengthened our competitor. The alternative was to suggest that cooperation could only go forward with Europe if U.S. launch vehicles were used at all times. I think my position then and now is that is an unrealistic assumption. But we can see that as we move into a more competitive environment, it's going to present challenges to try to build cooperative patterns that we have not had to face before. And with that, I will now invite you to ask our panelists any questions that you might have.
I wonder if Mr. Marsden would comment on the proposition advanced last summer by the Soviets to establish a World Health Organization, starting with a meeting in 1990. I haven't heard any comment on that since June. Maybe others have comments.
Could you repeat a World
Space Organization.
Space. Yeah. I hope it dies a quiet and sensible death. We've heard about it. I think they presented it to the United Nations, and it's floating around in there. I think it's obviously a political gesture, a manipulative gesture, and from our point of view, it's something that the United States best avoids.
I might just add that they made it contingent. Their agreement to participate in establishing this made it contingent upon prior agreements on future militarization of space, which essentially was code word for SDI. Yes, sir.
Fred Doyle from the U.S. Geological Survey. I'd like to follow up with that same kind of question, however. I can totally agree with Senator Matsunaga's ideas that we ought to have joint ventures to Mars and so on, but those kinds of missions are of marginal interest to the large part of the world's population. On the other hand, an Earth observation program, either for arms control verification or for geologic and mineral exploration, such as the Landsat program, is of very real concern to a large part of the world. And I wonder why we cannot have a cooperative mission in that area, whether it's with the Soviets or whether it's with the French or with the Chinese or whoever.
Yeah, I think
that only comes down to subsidizing EOSAT to provide information to the third world countries, that would still be a cooperative space venture.
You may have noticed nowhere in Senator Matsunaga's remarks was the word Mars mentioned. We've had to live with that for the last few months. We think it's been overinterpreted. What he was thinking of when he was talking about Mars, equally with the Soviets, was a long-term goal for the U.S. space program. And this did not in any way preclude, and in fact was dependent upon the kind of activities you have mentioned. And in fact, in an effort to clarify that whole issue, Senator Matsunaga introduced the legislation. I won't go into all the details. Some of you may be familiar with. Seems to be advancing very far for a sequel to the IGY in 1992, an International Space Year, which will consist primarily of Earth-looking and space science activities. So I would agree completely with you.
Fred, let me say that when Lou Allen went to Russia about 2 weeks ago with the team that sat down and aired out some areas of mutual interest. There was at least one Earth viewing, Earth observation type option there. It was on a macro scale. I'm not sure it was anything as good as Landsat imagery of specific areas, but that area is on the table at least as an area.
I'm Warren Nichols of Hughes, Santa Barbara Research Center, and EOSAT. My prime interest and reason for being here is EOSAT. So far I've held my tongue today, and it's been hard sometimes. It's a very important topic in my mind. I've been working the problem for 5 years. I do think I should correct what I'm sure is an oversight, not a misunderstanding, with the gentleman from USGS, who happens to be a very good customer, by the way, by pointing out that a major element of Landsat and, as inherited, EOSAT, is the servicing of the foreign ground stations. There are 10 active. There are 2 coming online in the next 90 days, one with the Saudis, one in the PRC. These are an important element of our total customer base. We intend to service them, to continue to service them. We're in the process of updating our memoranda of understanding, which we've inherited from the government. We expect help from NOAA in doing that, and we do intend to continue in that context a cooperative effort. And we do value our foreign customers for Landsat, and we intend to continue to service them. On a different but related topic of cooperation, I would like to point out what to us is a paradox of federal policy. On the one hand, we have been encouraged to commercialize, and as you well know, commercial ventures are ultimately for profit, or at least I hope you know. We do. And we view efforts by the government to stimulate foreign systems in this regard as not very helpful. So far, they haven't done very much with respect to SPOT and other activities. We see the space station, in particular the polar platform, as a large unknown at this time. We have put in our reservation for flying on the polar platform if and when it flies. We're not holding our breath, but we would certainly support such an effort. We do see efforts at NASA to encourage the Europeans and others to fly what we consider to be competitive missions for remote sensing. And we see that NASA in particular seems to have, and it's a little obscure, but seems to have a policy of encouraging cooperation, which is to us pure and simple competition. And so on the one hand, working with NOAA, we're getting good support in the working level of running the Landsat system. Somewhat less support perhaps in the budgeting process, but everybody has their problems with budgets these days. On the NASA side, we have what we perceive as a paradox, and it's part of the sticky collection of issues that you're talking about. As we continue, and I expect to survive. By the way, EOSAT's a year old, essentially today. Our contract was signed the 27th of September last year. As we continue with this process, we're certainly going to have a dialogue in that area. Thank you.
One more, I think, and then we have to move to the next speaker, the congressman, I believe, is here.
My question is to Harvey concerning some of Senator Matsunaga's remarks about a space station consisting of 2 complexes. I know that you were asked to discuss, or that he was asked to discuss the U.S.-Soviet activities, but I feel that because I happen to be in favor of a space station complex which makes much more use of free flyers, as did the exploration complex that Senator Matsunaga wrote about. That certainly has implications if it results in any modifications in what our space station does. It has implications on U.S., European, and Japanese cooperative efforts. I wondered if you wanted to say anything about that.
Yeah, sure. Very, very quickly. That was one of his motives behind that. As you probably know, I think under present agreement, the Japanese will get to use their module on the space station maybe at the most 10% of the time, because usage is linked to the proportion of your investment. And we think that's the prospects there are not very good for cooperation, put it mildly, and that was one of his motives behind the proposal, which was, in a sense, to de-scope the station and to divide its commercial and space exploration potentials and to launch two very modest complexes in about 5 years. Another motive behind it, and by the way, this proposal is a concept. It's not in concrete. We're not talking about X dollars. It's a concept which he hoped that NASA will consider in the light of its ongoing struggles with OMB and so forth. Another aspect about this was that the sooner, it was his feeling, the sooner, I'm trying to use his thoughts here, the sooner we got some hardware up in space, the easier it would be to get funding for manned space activities. And we're now in a timeline where we may not see that hardware for a good 8 or 9 years. And therefore, there's no justification, among other things, for not stretching out. It's hard to argue, well, why not move back the station in 94, 96? The constituency in the Congress for space in the era of Graham-Rudman is very, very small. And so he was thinking of some way to get some hardware up and get the American people excited again about our space activities that we might then grow on incrementally. And there I'll pause, and perhaps if you care to discuss it in the cocktail hour, we can go into a few more of the details.
Okay, let me thank the members of the panel very much, and Nanette has asked me to announce that there will be no break following this panel. We'll move right to the next speaker.
I'd like to offer you an invitation, and that is that if this has been your first visit to Brookings, that it hopefully not be your last visit. Brookings, through our Center for Public Policy Education, offers a very large and active program of seminars and conferences on national policymaking in general, and on a wide variety of domestic and foreign policy issues. So we welcome you back. There are materials which describe these programs outside, as well as a couple of texts of some of the prepared remarks from today's speeches. The real inspiration and leadership behind our efforts in executive education here at Brookings rests with our director, Lee Fritchler, and it's my pleasure to turn the platform over to him. Lee.
I can think of no better person to offer the closing remarks for this forum than Congressman Bill Nelson. As a matter of fact, I could think of no better person to begin the session than Congressman Bill Nelson. His life, in a very interesting and full way, encompasses much of the space program. I believe you all know he is chairman of the Subcommittee on Space Science and Applications in the House of Representatives. And I think you also all know that he flew on one of the missions. But I found something in one of his biographies which I don't believe we picked up in the one we printed in your program, and that is that his parents were homesteaders in Florida and the land they homesteaded on in the early part of this century is now the Kennedy Space Flight Center. So it's only sensible, it seems to me, that Bill Nelson is where he is today, and I'm pleased that he's where he is this afternoon to offer some closing remarks for us. Congressman?
Now you know why I was so disappointed after being waved off for 3 days from landing at Kennedy and finally having to, on the third day of being told that the weather was just unacceptable, we had to go on around the earth one more time and come into Edwards because literally if we had landed at Kennedy and if we had had a north to south approach on the runway, we would have touched down about a few hundred yards from the 160-acre parcel that my grandparents homesteaded in 1915. So there were more than one way that I wanted to come home back to Earth. You know, the fact that you have me closing this program instead of opening it makes it a lot more difficult because you are now educated completely on the subject. And so I'm just going to offer you some remarks that might pull it together, but these remarks I would have said to you had I started out at 9 o'clock this morning instead of this afternoon. This nation will have a vigorous and robust space program. Now that is a principle that you can just nail down. To the contrary, what one of the former speakers has just stated, that there is very little space constituency in the Congress. To the contrary, there is a large space constituency in the Congress, as reflected most recently by a vote in the House of the NASA authorization bill. 407 to 8 was the final score, and of which I have to leave right here to go find Senator Hollings to try to work out any remaining little glitches to see if we can't pass this thing by unanimous consent in what we finally work out as the final version on the NASA authorization bill. That constituency in Congress is there because basically the American people are so fascinated with the space program. Now, I've seen this in many different areas. I've seen it even in kindergartens. I've seen it in colleges. Perhaps the real legacy that is left by Christa McAuliffe is just how much it has reinvigorated the already existent enthusiasm among our young people. And that is so apparent there when you go into any of the educational institutions of this country. So the constituency is there because the Congress is reflective of the wishes of the people. When these framers of the Constitution put together this representative form of government, they did a very good job. And these folks up here are indeed reflective of those sentiments back there. There may not be a constituency that has a NASA center in its particular constituency, as a few of us do. But that support was spoken to you by Mr. Logsdon as your keynote speaker early this morning, that the space program is symbolic of the technological achievement of this nation. And that is why you will see a vigorous and robust space program. Now, how do you deal with that in the realities of the budgetary cutbacks? When it gets down to this time of year where deals are being cut as to what goes into the largest appropriations bill that has ever been put together, 13 appropriations bills are being rolled into one omnibus bill right now to fund the entire United States government. Well, what happens when these kinds of decisions are being made under these last-minute pressures, then where does it shake out in the process? And I think a bunch of us, including myself, need to start articulating that in the slicing up of the appropriations pie, what this nation demands because its people want it, achievement, I said achievement in space, is not reflective in an $8 billion civilian budget. And therefore, we should double the NASA budget very soon, over the next few years. If you look at it under the context of Graham-Rudman-Hollings, that is an impossibility. But you have to set a goal and to say, this is where you ought to go because this articulates where the nation ought to be going. It is a space policy. Doesn't necessarily have to say that you have to be preeminent in every aspect. It says that there's a level of space achievement that needs to be articulated by this nation, and we ought to obtain that. And therefore, the doubling of the space budget over the course of the next few years ought to be a goal. And then as that message comes through, as the deals are cut, as the decisions are made, just like they're being made now, as that message is filtering through, because this is what the people want, and the leaders are articulating that expression of public opinion, then indeed we will achieve that goal. Now, there are a lot of other things that you've heard about today that we need to be doing. There's a lot that will add to the reasons for us having a robust space program, and I'll just give you a couple from my own personal experience. My primary experiment in space was cancer research, and that is a very exciting experiment that was proposed by the University of Alabama. It is a follow-on to the very exciting field of protein crystallography, of which a couple of Nobels have been won in. And yet this is protein crystallography in zero gravity, the growing of crystals in that environment. And we know that those crystals grow faster and they grow larger, and we're pretty sure, in layman's terms, they grow more pure. There were 2 protein crystals out of the hundreds that we brought back. And mind you, I had to shut down the experiment on flight day 4, thinking we were coming back a day early. And then we stayed up 2 more days, and most of those crystals still continued to grow. There were 2 crystals. There were beauties, canaverin and concanaverin, and they involve the protein that is a major player in bean production. And you can see the implications that has for famine around the world. Just as a sidelight, it was interesting that one day, the very day to a year, we were flying over Ethiopia, and I was looking down at Ethiopia from space, where 1 year ago, that particular day, my wife and I had carried the first charter plane load of food into Ethiopia and took it out into those northern Eritrea portions to the feeding centers of some of those starving children. The crystals that we were growing with regard that had a link to cancer had very promising results, and we are getting ready to publish a paper in a medical journal with regard to the results. Now, that's just one little glimpse as to the exciting possibilities of the future. Let me give you another little glimpse. You know that McDonnell Douglas has spent about $50 million of their own money working on the process of electrophoresis, and they've had some excellent results. And it is fully their intention that when we are up and flying, that they will manufacture enough of that drug, erythropoietin, to start the first human testing. And they feel that this is the drug that will help in the battle against anemia which has enormous applications to kidney dialysis patients and others. Now, that is the kind of dramatic evidence that is so exciting for the future that when the public starts to see the results of space activity applied to their daily lives, then that only all the more lays the strong foundation for public support of the nation's space program. Now, if we are successful with new vehicles in the future, and by the way, I just want to say parenthetically here, you all have hashed this out, I assume, earlier today, but one of the lessons that we learned from January the 28th was that we needed to spread the available horses in the stable of which we could call on to have assured access to space. And we're in the process of doing that, and that is indeed one of the lessons that we learn. As we move into the future, the applications of us in space, these kinds of messages are going to come through. Buzz, I don't know if you all noticed back in the days that you were flying, but one of the things that struck me was that we could see from space, just on Earth observations, things that you cannot see in an airplane or anywhere close to the surface of the Earth. We could see currents underneath the surface of the ocean from that perspective up there that you can't see down as you get closer to the Earth. And believe me, the United States Navy has taken note of that, and so has the Soviet Navy. The Earth's observations, we were getting all kinds of pictures of some of the deforestation that was taking place along the Amazon basin. We were photographing the increasing desertification that was occurring in the Sahel region of Africa. All of these things, enormous application to our life here on Earth from space. And then, of course, I've got to throw this in, just that opportunity, and we'll see a lot more in the future have that opportunity when we get a vehicle that brings down the cost, just to look back on this planet and to see how beautiful it is. It's blue and white. It's blue from the oceans and white from the clouds. It's got a bright blue rim right at the rim of the Earth, and then it just fades into that black void of space, and there it is, and it's so beautiful, and it's hung there. It's so refreshing, so beautiful, and yet it looks so fragile. I will conclude my comments with a remark as a politician. There was one particular sight that blew my mind. All of our crew was asleep. I was floating at the window, just soaking in this view. We were on a ground track over northern Africa. It was on the night side of the Earth, and out the window suddenly appears this ribbon of lights, and there's a crown jewel of bright lights, and then there's a fan of lights, and I suddenly realized that I was looking at the entire Nile River. The crown jewel was Cairo, the lights showing where civilization was. There wasn't any clouds obstructing the view, and the fan being the Nile Delta. And as we're traveling from west to east, within a few seconds out the window, here's the entire eastern Mediterranean shore. And there's all the hot spots. There's Israel, there's Lebanon, there's Syria, there's Jordan, there's Egypt. All so neat and so contained, so peaceful, so ironic in my window. And the thought occurred to me when I saw that view, and after I had been soaking in this view of the entire Earth, there might be another application for space in the next century, when space flight indeed does become more routine than it is now. And that is of having political leaders having that experience, or perhaps even meetings between political leaders in space. Because if a summit in the next century could take place the people making decisions of war and peace could see what I saw and what Buzz has seen, then indeed it's bound to affect their perspective, because there it is, and we're all in it together. It's a beautiful and refreshing sight. Let me stop right there, and I'll take any of your questions. Fire away. Well, thank you for... Oh, there is a question. Okay.
Yes, I'm Lori Garver. I'm with the National Space Society. In light of your last remarks, we are looking at a likelihood of a possible summit within the next few months. You have traveled to the Soviet Union with various delegations. Do you have any insight that something might come out of this next summit that the space community could look to as a possible joint endeavor?
I know of nothing in this next summit, but indeed it was one of the items that was discussed in the last summit. And our delegation's visit to Moscow, in which we had as our special guests Tom Stafford and Deke Slayton, Vance could not come, in a 10-year reunion with the cosmonauts, the clear message, there were two messages that we received from our Soviet host. One was the official, which was the SDI anti-propaganda, which was occurring. Our visit there was a month before the Geneva summit. However, the secondary message was that we are certainly interested in cooperating, and they gave us that message in many more ways than one. And as a result of that, and a discussion of that topic during the Geneva summit, there have been further exploration of the opportunities for cooperation. I would like to see that more formalized, but given the political situation that we have between the two countries right now, I think that the best that we can hope for at this point is to reactivate a lot of the working groups at the working group level in exchanging ideas and information. Yes, sir.
First of all, I want to thank you for those inspiring remarks. I am Richard Scheck. I'm a consultant, and in the context of that previous question, I want to point out to you and to this audience that starting October 16th, there will be an exchange of American young cosmonauts, 10 going to the young astronauts, 10 going to the Soviet Union, and then subsequent to that, there will be 10 young cosmonauts coming here. So there has been already a direct benefit to the space community as a result of last year's summit, and I'm sure with people of your thinking, there'll be additional ones in the future. And again, I thank you very much.
Thank you. No, thank you. I appreciate that. Any further comments or questions? Well, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Congressman. I think they are more appropriately labeled opening remarks, and we're grateful for them. Right now, we're permitted to move back into the lounge for some closing libation. Thank you very much for being with us today. Libation. Why did he take off in such a hurry?
Sure.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to run upstairs quickly, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Great day. Congratulations.
Paul. I appreciate that. Sure.